Hello, hello everyone. Start Online University. Here we are. I want to thank you. My name is Eric Coover. I want to thank you for joining our Start Online University of 2016. We are so excited to have you. I know we have people parties literally all over the world. We have people from the US, from Canada, from Australia, from New Zealand. I think we got Singapore, Malaysia, Mexico, Colombia on the line. So this is truly an international hangout tonight, and we are so grateful that you've joined us all. genixlive.com/start, and we are streaming live. I am currently in Perth, Western Australia, enjoying the sunshine here, and we're just so excited to be with you on the hangout there. We want to encourage you to be a part of the chat, be a part of the conversation. Again, this is a live hangout, so post your biggest takeaways, your aha moments, questions you have, anything, excitement, gems, epic quotes that everybody's saying. We want the chat to be extremely interactive. So one thing that I want to just go into real quick. Well, real quick, I just want to actually thank all the people that we have on this training hangout tonight, all of your trainers. We've got our Start ambassadors. We've got Ash Good. We've got Crystal Wilson and Bruce Donashi. We got Jillian Barkume rocking out the products. We got Lauren Sims. We have Lindsay Hoffer. We have Steve Foxwell calling from Sydney, Australia. And we also have some people at our home office who are just like literally make this whole thing possible. And that is our Start Operations Manager, Jessica Padilla, who has literally coordinated this whole entire hangout, this whole entire Start Online University. She makes everything run here at Start. She is amazing. So send Jessica some love, as well as Kirsten Young, our Start Sales Programs Coordinator. And then also Mandy Loader, who has worked on all the slides, gathered everything, all the deliverables for this university. So big shout out to them. It really does take a whole incredible team to make this happen. And one thing that we wanted to announce and kind of reveal at this Start Online University that you're going to be seeing in 2017 is our brand new Start logo. Start's been around for about 5 years now. We're coming up on a 5-year anniversary in February, and we have a brand new look and feel for 2017 and beyond. We wanted to give everybody a sneak peek. You can see the new Start logo. Looks pretty cool, a little more modern, a little more hip, and on brand with who we are at IsaGenics. And so, I am just so grateful and so proud to be a part of this movement with all of you. As you know, as I said, this movement really began 5 years ago, and we have a collective vision, and that is to ignite all young people to own their lives physically and financially, and through our contributions create freedom and a lasting legacy. And that vision has literally become a magnet that has attracted so many incredible, passionate young people around the world who are just an extraordinary life and are living an extraordinary life. Currently, right now, we have almost 64,000 people on our Start Facebook page that are collaborating every single day, that are posting their successes, building a community of just real change in the world. And I am just so grateful. Every time I log in to the Start Facebook page, you're just flooded with positivity, and the relationships that are built in this group are so extraordinary. And I'm just so humbled and honored to be a part of that with all of you, and to see where this vision and movement has gone in the last 5 years has just been insane. I mean, I literally remember when there were like 12 people in the group. I remember when our first Start party was like 4 years ago, and it was kind of more like a lame high school dance, but we had to start somewhere. And as you know, we're having great Start parties all around the world now, and it's just so cool to be a part of. So We're going to get into the training here in a moment, but just so you know, we want you to let us know that you are, or we want to see, where you're watching this online university. And so one of the cool things that we're doing for this online university is we want you to hashtag Start Your Life on social media, on Facebook, on Instagram, on any social media channel that you're on. We want to see your photos. And an amazing thing that we're doing here tonight is anytime you post a picture of yourself or the people that you're watching this hangout with, anytime you post a picture with the hashtag Start Your Life during this hangout, we are actually going to be donating $1 for every picture with the Start Your Life hashtag. And that $1 is going to go towards a charity called Souls for Souls. And you can learn more about Souls for Souls at soulsforsouls.org. That's SOLES for the number for Souls, SOULS.org. And basically what Souls for Souls does is they donate shoes to children in need around the world. And since Souls for Souls has been in existence, they have donated over 26 million pairs of shoes around the world to 127 different countries around the world. A remarkable organization that we're excited to partner with tonight. And so again, anytime you hashtag Start Your Life with a picture of yourself or your team members on Facebook, Instagram. We're actually going to be doing the tally from Instagram, so make sure you post it on Instagram. Any picture posted with hashtag Start Your Life is $1 donated to Souls for Souls, and we're going to donate up to $10,000 tonight. So if there are $8,000 or 8,000 pictures posted tonight with hashtag Start Your Life, we'll be donating $8,000. If there's 10,000, we'll donate 10,000. It's up to you to really get the word out there and show everybody where you're tuning in from tonight. We're also going to be giving away, based on people who hashtag Start Your Life tonight, we are going to be giving away free coaching calls to some random winners with our Start ambassadors. So we're going to be having a little bit of fun with the chat on the hangout tonight. In between trainers, Steve Foxwell and I are going to be announcing some winners who are going to win a free 30-minute coaching call with one of our Start ambassadors. And so we're going to be giving away a bunch of those tonight. And we're also going to be giving away 3 tubs of chocolate mint shake. Yes, you heard it right. 3 tubs of chocolate mint shake. We're going to be giving away to some lucky winners tonight. Again, hashtag Start Your Life, a picture of you on social media, on Facebook, on your Instagram account. So please be doing that. And so, yeah, we're going to get right into it here. I'm sure, Steve, how's the chat doing? Is it blowing up?
Oh, mate, there's people jumping on from everywhere. Everyone's kind of stoked about the coaching calls. We've got people coming in from South Australia. We've got Michigan, Lexington. We've got Los Angeles. We've got even people from the UK joining us. That's wicked.
UK? Awesome.
Awesome. Loads of people from all over the world. It's awesome, man.
So cool, so cool. So keep your questions, keep your posts coming on the chat. We're excited to hear from you tonight. Steve and I will be monitoring that throughout the night. So in honor of the online university, feel free to take one with me. I got a little e-shot here. Those of you on the East Coast of the USA, you might be a late night, so you may need one of these. Ready to go. Okay, so I have the honor of introducing somebody, and we're going to get into the foundation of what we're all about here at IsaGenics, and that is our IsaGenics product line. I think we can all agree that why we were attracted into IsaGenics was mostly originally just for the products. We have such life-changing products that produce visual and emotional results for people, and in order to have a sustainable long-term business model, we have to have products that people will use for the rest of their lives, whether they're involved in making money or not. And so the products are the foundation of who we are. I know that, so many people watching the Hangout tonight have experienced life-changing results. And feel free to share those on the chat with all of us so we can see your product results. But and share some of your favorite products as well. But I have the honor of introducing somebody who is a product expert. She is a certified clinical nutritionist. She's actually our sales program manager at IsaGenics, and she's going to be giving everybody an overview of our core IsaGenics products, some of the science behind them, why they're different, and also knowing that you don't have to be the expert in this. It's obviously important to build your belief in the products, but she's also going to give you a couple takeaways that you can use while sharing the IsaGenics products with people you care about. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our sales program manager, Jillian Barkume.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here on Start University and to share our products. I have actually been with the company for 5 years, but I have been using IsaGenics products since I was in high school. So I was trying to think about it, and it's been about 12 years. I still have been having my shakes every day. And so if I can do it, anyone can do it. And I truly do believe in the products. I've seen the gamut of products out there, and knowing IsaGenics, even behind the scenes, all of the research we put into our ingredients and how we create our products, there really is no other company like that. So I'm really excited to be here with you today. And like Eric said, I think my goal here is, sometimes the products can be overwhelming because there is a lot of information. And, one of the first ways you can share a product is obviously your personal experience, but you might get someone that has some, poignant questions. They want a little bit of the science. They want some of the details. So my goal here is to make sure that you're not feeling overwhelmed and give you a few tidbits that you can share for the products so you can feel confident when you're talking about them to any of your prospects. So I want to first start out with just a quick disclaimer, and I think this is really important because you'll see as we talk throughout this entire presentation that we want to make sure that we're really being compliant. That's important to our company, and we want to make sure that when we're sharing our products, we're not trying to make them something that they're not. We're not saying that they treat, cure, or prevent any diseases. Really, they are good nutrition, and that's what we want to promote here at IsaGenics. So anytime you're sharing the products, if you're doing a presentation, great thing to have is this little disclaimer to put up there just to keep that legacy company going and make sure that we're being really smart with how we're sharing the products. So I also wanted to share our website, isagenicsshealth.net. I love this website. If you, again, science nerd, if you love science like I do, or if you know someone that does and you're not sure how to answer some of their questions, this is the place to go. So when I first started here at IsaGenics and I was on the research and science team, this is what I did. I wrote articles here. So we would go out into the field, hear what your questions are, and put together articles so you could easily share them with people. So again, all the information I'm going to be covering is going to be on isagenicsshealth.net. Go there. It's the best education tool we have for our products, so check that out. Okay, so why IsaGenics? Why do we need IsaGenics? We have plenty of food in this world. There's grocery stores, there's restaurants. Why do we need it? We definitely have a choice when we're eating, right? We have, we can go down two roads. We can go down the healthy road, or we can go down the not so healthy road. We always have a choice with every single meal. And with IsaGenics, we know that eating whole food diet, that's still very important. We don't want to forget that. But sometimes it's not easy to do, right? It's not always convenient. We don't always have time to do it. And it's actually really difficult to get all the nutrients you need, even when you are eating a really healthy whole food diet. In fact, they've done studies where people, just the average American in their diets, they only meet the needs for their vitamin and minerals 7 days out of the year. So there's a lot of days where we are just not really meeting our nutrient needs by consuming the foods that are readily available to us. And also with IsaGenics, what I think is so important is that it's convenient, right? As a dietitian, I've worked with so many people that want to get on track. They have all these goals, but they aren't sure how to do it. So with IsaGenics, I love to think of it as a tool in your toolbox, right? We still have we want to encourage you to eat fruits and vegetables and lean proteins, but this is a great tool for you to have when you're running around, when you don't have time, when you are considering your budget too, want to make sure you're eating a healthy meal that's also going to be budget friendly. With IsaGenics, this is going to be that tool that you can turn to and that you can share with other people. So we at IsaGenics, the best way to start sharing the products is to explain our solutions. So we have 4 solutions. We have weight management, healthy aging, energy, and performance. And within those solutions, usually everyone fits into one of those categories, whether you do have weight loss goals or they are trying to put on some muscle mass, or maybe they're a marathon runner, right? They fit into those categories. And within those solutions, we have core products that really target each one of those concerns. So my goal in going through this presentation is to really focus on some of those core products to share with you that are going to target any of those 4 solutions that we have. So I want to start off with our bread and butter, that Isolene shake. Definitely one of everyone's favorite products, right? You can't live without this product. It's really one of the core products here at IsaGenics. So when someone asks you about what's in the shake, or how are you going to share it? How are you going to explain it? So the first way that I like to explain it is that it is a complete meal replacement. And that first word, complete, is really important, because you can find lots of meal replacement shakes all over, but a lot of times they don't have the right balance of macronutrients, which is protein, carbs, and fats. So that means that either you're not getting enough protein, or it's very low, it's so low in sugar that you're going to feel so tired, or you're not going to have energy, or it doesn't have the right balance of healthy fats that you need in your diet. So with IsaGenics, our shake is truly a complete meal replacement that is going to provide all of those macronutrients as well as vitamins and minerals. Now in our shake, we have 24 grams of whey protein and milk protein concentrate. So in our dairy shakes, this is a great source of protein to help build muscle. And we know that when you're trying to, maintain weight loss, or just be healthy, or even lose weight, having something that is going to have that extra protein in there is going to support that. So with our shakes, it's going to have that great macronutrient profile, including that 24 grams of protein. And it's satisfying, right? On that chat, I want to hear you guys talking about how much you love those Isolene shakes, because they are so good. And again, for someone that's been using the products for 12 years and I still love to have my shake, I mean, they are delicious. And also, convenient, super easy and convenient. And then we have our dairy-free shakes too, which I think this is, really the new wave of where a lot of our food culture is going. Being a millennial myself, I know we got a lot of START people out there. We got the young millennials. It's really important to us to be pioneers in our planet and our culture, and make sure that we are, standing up for, a sustainable environment. And so the plant-based products that we offer, I think that it's not just something to help with people that maybe have dietary intolerances and can't have dairy, but it's also bigger than that. It's bigger because it's something that I think is a big cultural shift that we're seeing. So you're probably going to have a lot of people that's very important to them. They want to have dairy-free options. So here we have it. We have our dairy-free bars. We have our dairy-free shakes. So in the bars, you're going to get 19 grams of pea protein and brown rice protein. And what I love about that is, we've been touting our whey protein for so long, saying that it's so great for building muscle mass. And, when we had a plant-based protein, we still wanted to be a great protein source. So when you combine the pea protein and the brown rice protein, you get a really great amino acid profile, which is basically meaning it has great protein source in there that's going to be absorbed very well and help build muscle. So with our product, it's really going to still live up to the standards that we have for our dairy Isolene shakes. Also, the flavor and the texture is so much better than the other dairy-free options that are out there, you guys. I don't know if you've had a chance to try them, but when we were doing some taste testing and kind of preparing, trying to figure out what our shakes were going to look like and taste like, we did a lot of taste testing, and there is some not so good shakes out there. So I think you can all agree, if you've had other non-dairy shakes, that these really are completely different. The creamy texture, you're not going to get that with other products. And so I think that this is, again, a really good option to have for people that want that dairy-free lifestyle. Okay, so now I wanted to just tackle a couple of the big myths that we get all the time. These are the big questions that you're going to get from people when you're sharing the products. Number one, too much sugar. Do our products have too much sugar? And I think, I can't start this without sharing a quick story of when I was at an event, and I was there was a table of IsaGenics products there. I was with one of our associates sharing the products with them, and I had someone come up to me, and she was looking at the packaging, and she said, she was complaining about how much sugar was in one of our bars. And I explained to her, well, it's a complete meal replacement, and you do need some sugar in your diet, and that's how you get energy. And so we have the right kind and the right amount in our products. And she kind of scoffed at me and walked away and went to the next table. And at the the next table, I saw her grab a handful of the little Kit Kat candy bars there. And I just had to look it up and see how much sugar was in one of those little Kit Kat candy bars. It was just as much as in a full bar, one of our full meal replacements. So I think there's a lot of confusion out there. You know, when people see sugar on a label, they get concerned about it. But, you know, a couple of things that I share with people. Number one, you have to have sugar in your diet. That is, again, our number one energy source. That's what our brain uses to function. And so for an average 2,000 calorie diet, about 200 of those calories should come from sugar. So about 50 grams a day. So if you think about that, 50 grams a day, and you look at the amount of sugar in our different products, you can see that when you have 2 shakes, you still have room for other meals and snacks that contribute to that 50 grams so that you're getting that right amount of energy throughout the day. And even consider, you know, if you're an athlete, you're usually going to need more sugar than that. So with our products, again, right kind, right amount of sugar to give you the energy you need. And really important, we're not using sugar substitutes. You know, sure, we could say that we only have 2 grams of sugar in our shake, but we have a bunch of, you know, artificial sweeteners in there to help with the flavor. But we don't do that with our products. You know, you're going to get good taste and, again, the right amount and the right kind of sugar. All right, another myth we get all the time is I'm looking at the labels of the products and there's way too many ingredients, right? And for me personally, I love this tip for when someone's, you know, shopping in the grocery store and they're trying to learn what to eat. It's a great tip just to kind of get them started. But I wanted to share here, you can look at a banana, we have an egg, and we have some blueberries, and you can look at the ingredients in them. Now, if I read those off, some of them might sound kind of scary, right? But those are just the scientific terms of the ingredients in those products, and we eat those fresh fruits and vegetables and protein sources every single day. So I actually had someone one time, you know, talking to me on the phone and complaining about, you know, the long list of ingredients, and I said, she was saying there's ascorbic acid in there, and you have acid in your products. And if you don't know that ascorbic acid is actually vitamin C. So I had to explain that to her that that's actually, you know, we have vitamins and minerals in our products. So again, just want to push, you know, the message that yes, you know, we do want to have foods that are whole. We wanted to have less processed foods, but with isogenics, that just does not apply. A lot of processed foods, they put a bunch of stuff in and they take out all of the good nutrients, and that's actually the opposite of what we're doing. We're really packing in great nutrients in there. And yes, sometimes they have kind of scary scientific names, but that's when you go to isogenicshealth.net and type it in and find out what it actually is. So you can debunk any of those myths people might have out there. All right, the next myth I wanted to touch on is, you know, people come up to you and say, but I like real food. I don't want to eat supplements. I don't want to have a shake. You know, I eat real food, whole food. And I say, fantastic. You're a perfect fit for Isogenics because we want you to eat whole foods. We encourage you to have your third meals. We want you to have fresh fruits and vegetables for snacks, and maybe throw some fresh fruit into your shakes too, right? So I think the biggest thing there is to let them know that it doesn't mean you're not going to be eating real food anymore. We certainly encourage that. And for example, if you follow my Instagram account, you'll see I post a lot of pictures of food. I love food, and I still use my Isogenics products, but we want them to know that this, again, is a tool in their toolbox, and they still can enjoy those healthy whole foods that they want to eat on a daily basis. Okay, now we're going to jump into the next product, and that is our Cleanse for Life. And I just think this is such an amazing product because when you pair our shake days with cleanse days, that's where you just get a completely different solution for health. And you'll see that a lot of you can do a cleanse and you can lose 10 pounds maybe, right? You can do a cleanse that's, you know, a week long. You drink water and it has cayenne pepper, that lemonade cleanse or whatever, right? But the problem with that is when you're doing it for a long period of time and you're not pairing it with a great nutritional system, you're going to mess up your metabolism, you're going to lose muscle mass. So with our Cleanse for Life product, number one, it's not like other cleanses. So it's not going to be a cleanse that's going to have you run into the restroom, that's going to have you cleansing for, you know, weeks on end, that's going to have harmful ingredients in it. Really what it does is it's a blend of these natural herbs and botanicals to support your body's natural detoxification systems. So that's really important. So it supports the body's natural detoxification systems. So this doesn't mean that, you know, we already have detoxification systems in place in our bodies. So we have these processes where it takes chemicals and processes it through the liver and gets rid of these harmful toxins in our body. But just like any machine that over time, you know, it's working really hard, starts to not work so well, and it has kinks in it. So with Cleanse for Life, it's going to support that process with antioxidants to neutralize all those harmful toxins so that it's a really smooth, easy cleansing process. And the body loves that. You'll feel it on those cleanse days, how much it loves that cleansing support to really cleanse the body and get rid of those impurities. So when you're cleansing, the reason you do it for 2 reasons. Number 1 is to detox, which I pretty much already covered. And number 2, there are weight loss benefits. And it's because the way that we use our Cleanse for Life is paired through a process of intermittent fasting. So if you've heard intermittent fasting, it's basically days of less calorie intake paired with days of normal calorie intake. So obviously on a cleanse day, you have a lower calorie intake, and that's going to trigger the body to burn some of that fat. So when you're pairing our cleanse days with our shake days, you're going to be burning that fat, helping with detoxification. And then on the shake days, great nourishing nutrients, and you're going to be building that muscle mass. So that's why we have sustainable, maintainable weight loss with our products. Now on this next slide, you can see cleanse days. I did want to point out we have fantastic tools that are going to walk you through cleanse days, shake days. These are in your packets that you get when you get your products. So always have those on hand to share with people when they have questions about how to do a cleanse day. And then always use the tools. You cannot miss out on these tools, you guys. And I'm sure some of the people down here with me would agree that these things are awesome. And it's hard to get through a cleanse day without having some of them, because if you tell someone, okay, just don't eat for a day or 2, that's challenging mentally. So these tools are going to give you something to snack on. I know my IsaDelight that I have in the afternoon is the best IsaDelight I ever have, and I look forward to it. So having some of the snacks is going to really help you successfully complete a cleanse day. All right, the next topic I want to talk about are adaptogens. So I love these ingredients. So you'll see we have adaptogens in a lot of our products, and the best way to remember them is just by looking at their name, is that first part, adapt. So that's what they do. They help the body adapt to stress. So if you want a simple definition, that's all you really got to share. There's a whole class of these adaptogens or these herbs. They have really funky names like ashwagandha, schizandra, eleuthero, rhodiola. So really funky names. Those might be some of the names in the ingredient list that someone might be concerned about initially, right? But when you explain to them it's a really healthy herb called an adaptogen that helps your body adapt to stress, it'll help ease their fears there, right? So we have adaptogens sprinkled in a lot of our products, and really, again, what they do is they help the body manage that stress. So you have less of a negative physical impact from stress. So this doesn't mean you're not ever going to feel stressed again. That doesn't mean when you're, at work or when you are driving the car that you're not going to feel stressed. But what it means is it's going to give your body the tools to better manage that physical stress. So just think about a day when you are, really stressed out, you're really busy, you're tired, you're fatigued, your head is foggy. So by having these adaptogens, it's going to provide your body with the nutrients it needs to better manage that negative physical impact that stress has on your body. So we have multiple ways, again, for you to get these adaptogens in your body. Definitely the number 1 tried and true product that people swear by is Ionic Supreme. I swear, if I'm at an event and I'm at a booth at an Isogenics Fit at Celebration or in my KO, there's not one time that someone doesn't come up to me and say, I forgot my Ionics. I need some right now. They need it right now because they swear by this product. And what I love about it, it's very customizable. Some people take it first thing in the morning. Some people take it at night because it helps them sleep. So it really does adapt, it helps your body adapt to what it needs. So I love this product because it is one of those products that people cannot live without. And then of course our e-shots, we saw Eric taking one of those. These help you get through those, those very tiring and stressful times. But what's so unique about this compared to other energy drinks is because not only do we have that naturally sourced caffeine from green tea and yerba mate, but when you pair that with these adaptogens, what it's going to help you do is have a sustained release of energy. So rather than having a spike and a crash, it's going to have, that really sustained energy. And I'm sure you guys have felt it before, where you're not having jitters and feeling like you're going crazy, but it's going to give you energy and it's going to last. And you don't have that feeling of exhaustion all of a sudden after it kind of wears off. So with those adaptogens, they're going to help do that. So it's a really, really unique product, that e-shot. Okay, so I also want to talk about our performance line, because young generation, right? I mean, we are active. We like to get out there. I'm going hiking this weekend. That's what I'm really excited to do. So I'm going to have my Nox and my Fuel with me. And, you know, with our new Amped line, it's really a whole new demographic for us, a whole new opportunity for us to reach out to people and that's when they need that solution for performance. So I want to just kind of walk through these just to give you guys, again, those tidbits that you can take home with you so you feel really confident sharing them. So one of the big things with our products, the way we designed it, is through nutrient timing. And what that means is basically there's times when you are working out that it's best to take certain products. So the way that we've divided it, which most products are divided into, is either before you work out, during your workout, or after your workout. So for the pre-workout or before your workout, the big things that you're wanting, you want blood flow, you want to have blood flowing through your body, you want to have nutrients being delivered to your muscles and oxygen delivered, you want to have energy available so that you can perform, and also mental clarity, right? That's really important when you are about to take on some sort of task that's very physical. So the two products that we have that target this, number one is Amped Nox. And you guys, this is such a novel product as when you look at the science behind beetroot juice, which is one of the main ingredients in here, and how that helps with increasing blood flow. There's so much research on it. So the reason that you want increased blood flow, again, is because you want more nutrients delivered to your muscles, more oxygen delivered to your muscles, and then you want that blood flow to be able to take all away those waste products. So you know when you get that, like when your legs start to hurt, you get that lactic acid building up. So Nox is going to support that process where your body is really flushing out the waste products and helping you have that sustained energy throughout your workout. And then we have the Amped Power. So what's unique about this product is that it has the ingredient creatine. And I think it's really important to point out that it has the right amount and the right kind of creatine. That's another one of those myths out there that, you know, we hear that bodybuilders, you know, 20 years ago, they were taking 20 grams of creatine and, you know, gaining all this water weight and all this stuff. And we have a lot less than here. We have a safe amount that's going to support the energy in your muscles without having those nasty side effects. So creatine, what it does is it's an energy source for your muscles. So I know that when I take this pre-workout before I go to the gym, instead of getting to rep 12 and being like, all right, I'm done, I can get to 15, 16, 17 and still feel really good. So that's the benefit you're going to get from Amped Power. Then during your workout, we have our Amped Fuel, which is going to really provide those carbohydrates that we know, that energy that you need. And what's unique about this fuel package compared to other gels is that it has branched chain amino acids or protein in there. So we know that when your body is working out really hard, especially if you're doing a long endurance activity, that it starts to turn to muscle mass and will pull some of the, some of the proteins away from your muscle mass. And that's the last thing that we want. So, but because it has some of the protein in there, your body will utilize the protein from the fuel rather than turning to your muscle mass. Of course, we have our Amped Hydrate, which was a rebrand from our Replenish. And this is a fantastic alternative to a sports drink because it's still going to have the electrolytes that you need, the healthy amount of sugars that you need while you perform, but it's not going to have all the artificial stuff in it. So I also love Amped Hydrate too when I'm just, I need something other than water. Just want a little bit something other to taste. So a great product to have either way. And then our post-workout is the Amped Recover. So this is going to have those branched chain amino acids again. So we saw them in the fuel. They're also going to be in the Amped Recover, which is going to help build and repair that muscle mass. So as much as we try to prevent muscle, deterioration during our workout, if you're pushing it hard, you want to make sure that you're getting something after your workout to really replenish that muscle mass. And that's what Amped Recover is going to do. All right, so in addition to our performance products, we have a ton of other products. I wish I could get into all of them tonight, but I did just want to share quickly some of our healthy snack options because I've done some research on millennials and the young generation and snacking, and you guys, we love to snack. In fact, we snack more often than we have meals. And so why not have some healthier options rather than go into that vending machine? So I just had my packet of Whey Thins a little bit ago because I love that crunchy, savory taste. We have our bars, which you can either have as a full bar for a meal replacement or break in half for a snack. Slim Cates, Isodelites, our fiber snacks. So lots of options that are going to be able to replace all those chips and all that stuff that we don't want to be eating that are in those vending machines. And then we also have healthier beverage options. So again, a lot of times sodas, even very sugary teas. A lot of times when you think you're getting a healthy drink, if you're getting a green tea at Whole Foods and you go over there and check the label, it might have 40 to 50 grams of sugar in it. So a lot of the products out there, they're just packed with sugar. So with our products for our beverage options, they're going to be tasty, they're going to be nutritious without having all that stuff in there. So we have our greens, our fruits, which you can put in your shakes or just have by themselves. You can also have, of course, the hydrate, like I mentioned before, and the IsaGenix coffee. We always have that brewing here at the office to keep us going during the day. So great beverage options for you to share and to try yourself if you haven't had a chance to try. Okay, so one of the great things about my job is obviously I love to talk about the products, but I also get to oversee many of our sales programs here at IsaGenix. So I have a fantastic team. They help me every single day, and one of those programs that I get to oversee is IsaBody. And you guys, this program is changing the culture of IsaGenix. I really feel like it's the heart of IsaGenix. It brings people together, and the community that it develops is beyond what other companies come to us and look to us to say, hey, how are you guys doing this? And so I think, a couple questions. Why would you join the IsaBody Challenge? Number one, it is the accountability that you're going to get from being in the group. So it is a 16-week body transformation challenge. So if you're unfamiliar with it, I definitely encourage you to go to isabodychallenge.com for all the details. But when you join the challenge, basically what you're saying to yourself, to your team, and to IsaGenix is, hey, I have a goal that I want, a health goal. And it can be anything. It doesn't have to be weight loss. It can be, I want to put on more muscle mass. It can be, I want to be a healthier mom. It can be, I want to have more energy because I'm a student and I feel like I'm just eating junk food all day, and I want to have healthy energy while I'm studying and preparing for school. So the accountability you get through the program is fantastic. We have a great Facebook group where you get to interact with people. And if you post something in there, you're going to get at least 100 likes because people love to love and like on everyone in there. So it's a great group where you can really get that accountability. Also, just joining the program, you're going to get some fantastic perks. We love to give you guys perks. So just by completing a challenge, you are going to get $200 for any product that you want. You're going to get an IsaBody t-shirt, and you're going to get a certificate from Jim and Kathy Coover. So what better thing to be hanging in your office, right? And also, being a part of the challenge, you have a chance to win, to become one of our honorable mentions or one of our finalists. And these people get amazing prizes. They really get to be the face of IsaGenix and IsaBody. And it's a really, really awesome opportunity for them to be ambassadors for the company. Now, why should your team join? And this is becoming, it's so important because we want to encourage you to join IsaBody, but it's also such a fantastic tool for your team. And just a little bit of business stats for you. So we know that people who join the IsaBody Challenge actually have higher order baskets per month. So it's almost 100 BV more than someone that's not in a challenge. So we know that they are dedicated to the products. They're using them because they have a goal that they're trying to reach. And number two, we know that those who have joined IsaBody Challenge within 90 days of joining IsaGenix, a year later, they have an 80% retention rate, which is huge, you guys. A year later, 80% of those people are still with the company, still using the products. And I really, again, hold it true to the community and the culture that IsaBody brings to IsaGenix. And we are so lucky today to have one of the Celebration 2016 honorable mentions, James McLeod here. I actually reached out to James because I've seen him, I've seen his pictures, but I haven't had a chance to actually chat with him. So I just did a quick Facebook message with him and I said, hey, tell me a little about yourself. Great to connect. So I just want to share with you that he is a 5-star golden, 1-star crystal executive. He is one of our star ambassadors. And one thing you might not know about him is that he loves the mint chocolate shake. It is his favorite product. And James, all I got to say is, this is a limited time offer with that shake. So you better be stocking up right now. So I want to introduce James. I want him to share a little bit of his story just so you can understand how IsaBody really helped transform him.
Wonderful. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes, the chocolate mint shakes are by far my favorite. I was looking in the cabinet today and we have like 1 or 2 canisters left, and I looked at Odd and I was like, we got to get more of these things like quick, because I see some of these pictures on Start and people are buying like, it seems like hundreds of them. So thank you so much for having me on here. And you know, my goal in just the couple short minutes that I get to share with you is really that we would have the Start movement be the biggest demographic in the IsaBody challenge, and that we would all take, you know, really this opportunity of being able to hop into a community of people who are all bettering their health, all going after goals together. And so, you know, a little bit about my story with this last IsaBody challenge. I don't know about you guys. I had done a couple of IsaBodies beforehand, and it's an amazing perk that you get $200 worth of free product just for finishing it. Like, you don't even have to have that much of a transformation at all. You just finish it. And Jim and Kathy and Eric are like, here you go, here's product. Like, guys, that's so generous. And so I had done it previously just really for that. And I wanted to, you know, be a product of the product, which I think is a huge deal. But this last time, I started at the beginning of 2016. And for those of you who don't know, I married the beautiful Audrey Moss in July. And so this was kind of like, hey, me getting my wedding bod on. I was like, let's do this thing. We're gonna go and we're gonna make it happen. And it was just that extra incentive, but also a backstory to me is I was never really able to change my body. It felt like for the longest time, from high school to college, I kind of was just stuck in this frame. I was stuck in this certain type of mass. I could never really change or tone any part, and that really had kind of gotten my ambition down. You know, if you work hard enough at something and you don't see a change, it really throws off your psyche a little bit. You don't really feel as ambitious to go and do that thing. But I was like, you know what? I'm going all in. I'm going to do this thing right. I'm going to do it hard. I'm committed for 16 weeks. And you guys, the transformation that took place, not just in the outside, but in the inside was I mean, completely priceless. Completely priceless. The like she was saying earlier, the IsaBody group, that official group, there is so much support, so much camaraderie in there, so much fun. People get so creative with the products and the working out. And you know, I will say it's a big group, but there's also such an intimate feel to it that I think with a lot of other challenges out there in the market, you don't really have that. You know, you don't really have a place where you can all dive in together and be a part of each other's world and be a part of each other's experience. And so for me, I loved going alongside with certain individuals and their journey. And from a business standpoint, it totally changed my perspective. I would walk in the gym, and this really didn't happen, honestly, before this past challenge, but I would walk into the gym and people would ask what I would do. And I would say, you know, I'm a health and wellness coach. And they would kind of look at me and they would go, well, of course you are. And that was so kind of like, you know, satisfactory to me, because guys, it's so important. I believe that we become a product of these products. It's hands down, you know, the best system that we could ever put in our body, as we just got explained with the adaptogens and all of the goodness. And so, you know, becoming a product of the product is one of the most important things, because people are going to be able to just look at you and they're going to be able to say, I want whatever it is you're doing. I want to be a part of it. And then if you can show them, you know, a check, or if you can show them a picture, or, you know, some sort of award that the company has given you, that's even more and more incentive. And so really the IsaBody challenge, it forever changed my outlook on it when I really decided to go for it. And so I would encourage you, if you're not in the IsaBody challenge right now, it takes 5 minutes to register. Take a picture of yourself, you know, upload it into your back office and get going with it, and get your team in it. It will motivate everybody, and you won't even necessarily be thinking about the business, but I promise you, your business will increase when you commit to bettering yourself and bettering your body and really seeing what these products can do for you. So I don't know if you want me to add anything else, but that's a little bit about.
Thank you so much, James. That is so perfect. And I think, you know, I just want to reiterate what you shared. And I think this is one of Eric's big visions, is to have Start to be one of the biggest demographics in the IsaBody challenge. And I think, you know, with the community and those Start people, you guys really unite. So it's a challenge out there. You know, Eric's challenging you guys. We're challenging you here at corporate. jump on board, get your teams, be that the start demographic in IsaBody that's going to be changing, not only the lives in the company, but to reach out to other people and the start community that would be able to transform their lives from being touched by Isagenix.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks,
let's have it be the biggest demographic. All right, let's blow the restart group out of the water.
Ooh, I love it.
So good. Thank you, James, so much. And thank you, Jillian, for just your wisdom, your knowledge. And that is the challenge. For 2017, we really want everybody in START to rally around the IsaBody challenge. I mean, it all starts with a product experience, and it's our responsibility and our duty to be products of the product in Isagenix. And there's no better vehicle to help do that than with the IsaBody challenge. So we are challenging everybody today, this whole START movement, 18 to 35 years old. Next year, 2017, we are going to be the leading demographic for IsaBody completions. Leading demographic for IsaBody completions. If you're on the chat and you're with us, just say you're with us. Again, I think this is going to be a huge thing that we can leverage. And just so you know, obviously coming up is the new year, and literally on the top of everybody's mind heading into the new year always is New Year's resolutions. And the top one is always, people either want to lose weight, they want to feel better, whatever it is they want to do. The IsaBody challenge is the perfect vehicle for not only to ignite yourself, but to help ignite other people to really go out and crush their resolution. And I think that in the next few days, literally within the next week, we are gearing up for a massive social media campaign called the IsaBody Crush Your Resolution Challenge. And you're going to be seeing a lot more communication on this in the next week or so, and where we're all going to be using the IsaBody challenge to crush our resolutions. So be on the lookout for that communication. That's going to be coming out again in the next week or so. So I just wanted to kind of tease that. But again, start your life, leading demographic for 2017 IsaBody completions. I know we can do it for sure. So again, I want to thank James and I want to thank Jillian for sharing their wisdom and knowledge. And if you're local in Arizona, you may have actually seen Jillian on a local news station. I mean, she is a hot commodity when it comes about talking about nutrition. She really knows what's going on. And so we're so grateful and we're so lucky to have Jillian a part of the Isagenix family. She just makes such an incredible contribution and is just always so clear when communicating the value of the Isagenix product. So if you would, please send Jillian some massive love through the chat. Post your biggest takeaways, things you didn't know. Maybe post your favorite products on the chat and give some love to Jillian for sure. Yeah. So, okay, so we are going to move on. I'm just kind of scrolling through Instagram, and Instagram's going insane with hashtag Start Your Life. Again, one picture post on Instagram with hashtag Start Your Life is $1 for Souls for Souls, donating shoes across the world tonight. All of us are doing that together. So one of the things I wanted to go into briefly, and something that's so important to us at Isagenix, and something that we are so passionate about, is really having a legacy company. I know one of the things that gets me so excited every single day in Isagenix is knowing that we're a part of something so much greater than ourselves, and then this company is going to be around for generations to come. You don't have to worry about if Isagenix is going to be around in 5, 10, 15 years. We're going to be here. And when I look at this START demographic, the thing that gets me so excited every single day, just whether it's on a hangout like this or watching people on stage, us recognizing young people, or just hearing about young people's stories in their Isagenix journey, is that to me, START really represents the legacy of Isagenix. Because in order to have a legacy company, you have to inspire, empower, and move the next generation of leaders. And that's what we are. We're the next generation. And so I know it makes me feel good that my kids, your kids' kids are, START is going to be a platform for them to tap into, and it's going to be alive and strong and well. but it's up to each of us every single day to really, you know, preserve the legacy of Isagenix. And the way we do that is that we make sure we're sharing Isagenix in a responsible and a compliant manner, both with our amazing Isagenix products, as Jillian went into, and also with our income opportunity with Isagenix. So why is compliance really important? It's and the goals of compliance are really to protect your business and to protect the company of Isagenix. Again, in order for Isagenix to be a legacy company, it's up to all of us, every single one of us. And there's 550,000 currently, and you know, climbing every single day, 550,000 active customers and associates that are consuming the Isagenix products every day and a part of the Isagenix family. It's up to everybody to share the Isagenix story compliantly, their own product experience, income, their income opportunity in a compliant manner, so that Isagenix can be around for generations to come. And we take this so seriously. And it's unfortunate. I mean, there's a lot of great network marketing companies out there that do take this seriously and are really putting this profession in an incredible light. But also, unfortunately, just like anything, there are also some irresponsible companies that aren't, you know, doing the proper education. And to be honest with you, some of them may not really care about being a legacy company. But every time compliance comes up, or every time you're sharing Isagenix and you're educating somebody about compliance, know that you are contributing to preserving the legacy of Isagenix. And ultimately, that's what's the most important thing. So again, to protect your business and to protect the company. So basic framework on how to be compliant when sharing Isagenix. The first one seems pretty simple. Tell the truth. The cool thing in Isagenix is that with our products, with our income opportunity, the truth is good enough, and it will always be good enough. Your own product experience, I mean, we have products that produce visual, emotional results. Usually within days, people start looking and feeling different. And just when you're telling and sharing people that, you know, your experience, just be truthful, obviously. And then when you're talking about the income opportunity and what's happened for you, also be truthful. The second thing is don't exaggerate or be misleading in sharing your own results. So I know it's easy to get very, very excited and want to exaggerate things a little bit, but we don't need to do that in Isagenix. And honestly, with exaggeration comes a lot of hype and just leaving kind of a bad taste in people's mouth. People can smell exaggeration and hype from a mile away. So it's important for us that we be responsible, we tell the truth, and we don't exaggerate any claims, product or business. The next one, obviously, this is an important thing. At Isagenix, we are not a drug company. So we cannot claim that we diagnose, cure, or prevent any disease at all. And so I know Jillian touched on that. You know, we are basically consuming food with our Isagenix products. And we know that when you feed the body the right nutrients, you know, then the body really just then becomes the miracle. It's not necessarily our products that are diagnosing or curing anything. We cannot claim that. So if any time you are sharing your Isagenix story, and in your story there's a, you know, mention of a disease or an illness, that's a big red flag. And I would just leave any illnesses or disease out of your story. Now, sometimes this is difficult for people because, you know, they start getting so excited about what the products are doing for them, but we just cannot claim that we diagnose or cure anything. So, but you can share, you know, how you're feeling differently, you know, losing weight, increased energy, some discomfort, you know, if you're experiencing less discomfort, and, you know, some of the issues that you were dealing with are just, you're in such a better place now because you've been taking the Isagenix products. That's all kind of compliant way you can kind of say the same thing even more powerfully. And the next thing is to put things in context and use appropriate disclaimers when sharing your product and income results. So an example of this is, you know, you may be sharing your Isagenix product story, and you may have put on like 5 or 10 pounds of lean muscle, and you may be talking about that. but put it in context and say, hey, you know, the Isagenix products really helped me do this, but I also went to the gym, you know, 3 to 4 times a week. I mean, let people know other stuff that you did to contribute to the results that you've gotten. And let people know that it took, you know, some hard work and a massive commitment, and you went in 100% and you really committed to doing this. And then it took dedication. That's all important and really puts things in context. And then anytime you're making an income claim, and particularly on social media, you'll just want to refer people and put the proper disclaimers in, and we'll get to that in a second. So next thing, and again, we're sharing this all this with you so that you feel empowered to share Isagenix the right way. Now, real quick, if you go to the next slide, in particular when sharing the Isagenix products, this is a slide here. These are our product information sheets, and these can be found on isaproduct.com. So we have product information sheets for all of our Isagenix products, and everything that is on these product information sheets is compliant. So anything, if you go out and research anything on here and you're starting to learn about the products, know that all this information is compliant, and you can share this. You can, you know, talk about it with your friends, people you care about. So product information sheets when talking about the products are a big help. Okay, so I'm going to give you a couple examples of what a compliant product story might look like. So this is what we call an almost compliant product story. So here we go. I've never felt better in my life. Since starting my Isagenix journey, I've been able to lose 15 pounds, and I am leaping out of bed in the morning with more energy and incredible mental clarity. So pretty good, but not totally perfect as far as compliance. Now let's take a look at what would make it perfectly compliant. And really all that would make it perfectly compliant is just putting a little bit of context in the product story. So I've never felt better in my life. Since starting my Isagenix journey, I've been able to lose 15 pounds. I'm leaping out of bed in the morning with more energy and incredible mental clarity. Here's where the context comes in. I know these results aren't typical for everyone, but I'm so grateful for what these products have done for me. So just letting people know that, hey, you know, these results aren't typical for everyone, but hey, this is what's happened for me, and I'm so excited to share that. So again, that's just adding that little context to it. So if we go to the next one, again, an almost compliant product story. I've been able to put on 10 pounds of lean muscle mass since being on Isagenix. My energy is through the roof, and now I can't keep the ladies' eyes off of me. Typical thing that we hear from men in Isagenix. But in order to make it perfectly compliant, just adding in the words in red, this is the contest. I've worked my butt off in the gym 5 days a week and improved all of my eating habits. Isagenix helped fuel it all the way. So again, just adding in that extra little context into the product story is a big, big help, and just kind of seals the deal, making sure it is totally, totally compliant, sharing your product experience. So hopefully this is helpful on the product side, and just let us know on the chat if you're getting some takeaways from this just on the compliance side. Again, this is very, very important for us. Now, the next thing that we want to go into, so that was the product. Now we're going to talk a little bit about income claims. So first and foremost, just like people desperately need our products, and there are people literally praying for an answer all around the world because they're suffering in so much physical pain around the world, obviously people need our products. But just as much as our products, there are millions and millions, and probably billions of people that desperately need our income opportunity. And we want to have people empowered to share with people how to make an income with Isagenix, and be able to share their own personal story about how they've made income with Isagenix a responsible way. And so we want you to talk about the business 1000%. It's our responsibility to talk about the business. And so this is absolutely huge. Now we just want to go into a few things that are going to help you share the income opportunity with people responsibly. So what to focus on when talking about the income. Now, anytime you focus on something, again, when we're talking about the income, I want everybody to just kind of focus on, it's incredible the opportunity that we have in Isagenix to earn money. I mean, money is freedom. It's a beautiful thing. We can do so many things with it, but it's not about the actual money. It's about what the money allows us to do that is the most meaningful. And I think we can all agree with that. And if you want to comment in the chat right now about if you've earned any money in Isagenix, what has that allowed you to do because you've made that money? It's not necessarily the specific dollar amount that is the most meaningful. It's what it's allowed you to do and how it's allowed you to feel. And so in the chat, just talk to us about how it's enabled you to feel and how what it's enabled you to do, whether that be spending more time with your family and just freeing up a few extra hours every week from your work schedule. It may have given you more time freedom to do the things that you love to do and go take your first family vacation that you've ever taken in years. It's maybe just giving you some more peace of mind. The money's giving you some more peace of mind and just alleviated so much stress from your life and maybe from your marriage. That's a huge thing that people feel. The money that you've earned in Isagenix may have given you so much more opportunities to give to people that are in need and help people out. That's one of the things that really drives me every single day is, that this movement is just so grounded in contribution. This is what it's all about. And so when you're sharing the Isagenix income with people and what it can do for people and what it's done for you, focus not on the dollar amount, but focus in on what it's enabled you to feel and what it's enabled you to do because of the money. And also, of course, make sure you're setting realistic expectations when you're talking about the money. So clearly, when we're sharing our Isagenix story and what it's done for us, we know that this does not happen overnight. It takes hard work, dedication, just like anything else. This is a 5, 10, 15-year commitment that people need to get committed to and grounded in. So the basic rules for income claims, again, focus on sharing what the money has allowed you or others to do and how it's enabled you to feel, and make sure you include the following. Obviously, tell the truth and don't exaggerate or mislead. Set realistic expectations for people and say, hey, this is, you're going to get some no's. This is not going to happen overnight. It's taken me, 6 months just to be able to do this, or 5 years to be able to do this. Just be truthful with people. And here's the other thing. Now, in a launch party setting, when you're in person, one-on-one, at a coffee shop or in a gym or you're at an event, of course we want you to talk about the money. I mean, we want you to draw out, how to earn money and how to get your Isagenix products paid for and how to earn a residual income. We want you to share the dollar amounts 100%. And we want to have you feel empowered to do that. But when you're sharing on social media, we're asking that you do not mention dollar amounts on social media. So Isagenix as a company is saying, do not mention dollar amounts, specific dollar amounts on social media. Again, if you're one-on-one with somebody at the gym, drawing it out, whatever, perfectly fine to mention dollar amounts. If you're at an event, 100% we want you talking about that. But just don't be, putting dollar amounts all over social media. So I just want to make sure everybody is cleared on that. But again, on social media, focus in on what the money has allowed you to do. Or if you're recognizing somebody in a group or on your own personal wall, focus on what the money has allowed that person to do and allowed that person to feel. Good stuff. Okay, so we'll go to the next one. And we've got just a couple of examples. Now, I just put these up, whipped these up really, really quick, just as examples of what you can say when sharing your income story on social media. So this is just an example. So grateful for the opportunity that came into our lives 2 years ago. We were so committed to learn the skills, be coachable, and put in the work. We're now earning enough income to help our kids through school. It is definitely not guaranteed, but with hard work, it happened for us. We are so grateful. Thank you, Isagenix. And then just putting in the little disclaimer, results aren't typical. And then average earnings can be found on isagenixearnings.com. So just when you're sharing something like that, those are the proper disclaimers. Now, if you're recognizing somebody else in, in your team or whatever, this is, again, focusing on what you can say. OMG, my best friend Natasha just reached a huge milestone in her business. It could be she reached executive, it could be she reached 3-star, whatever. I've seen her apply herself and work so passionately over the last few months. Because of the work she has put in, she is taking her family on a 2-week vacation for the first time in years. I'm so thankful to get to work alongside such an inspiring lady, and I'm so happy for everything happening in her family. And then just putting the disclaimer, results not typical, average earnings can be found at isagenixearnings.com. So again, we want you to feel so empowered to talk about the products and also the money and the income. But again, when you're talking about the income, just focus on what the money has allowed you to do and allowed you to feel, or your team members to do and feel. Because ultimately, that's what really resonates with people anyway. And that's what people get excited about, because there's lots of people around the world who are looking to feel that way if just some money came into their life, or do certain things because money came into their life. So hope this is clear. Hope you feel empowered when sharing your Isagenix product story and talking about the income. And if you have any questions or want more info on this, you can go to isagenixcompliance.com. And we just want to thank you for helping preserve and protect the legacy of Isagenix. I mean, this isn't the most exciting topic to talk about, but it is probably the most important topic that we'll talk about all night, because we want this opportunity to be around for generations to come. So, Steve, how's the chat doing?
Oh, mate, it's going off here. I mean, there is literally hundreds and hundreds of messages coming through. I'm trying to write some down. First of all, big shout out to Jillian. Everyone absolutely loved it. You crushed it, Jillian. Thank you so much. There's people just tuning in from all over Australia, Asia, all over the US, Canada. I can't even name all the cities. There's just so many. Everyone's just loving the shakes. Choc Mint is going off. Everyone said it's the bomb, dairy-free. We love that. Yes. And so many people are just saying, thank you, Eric, for really leading the way with Isagenix and being like a legacy company and being so compliant. This is just what we need. Everyone's just loving the examples. It's so easy and simple to share. And some of the stuff that people are doing with the finances and the freedom of Isagenix is, to get out of debt, pay for their products. They can train harder, train longer at the gym, applying those products to get better results. People are just saying, that it's allowed them to be at home with their kids. So all those stay-at-home mums, we love you guys. It gives breathing room with some bills, and it has allowed our family to dream even more. I mean, there's just so many just flooding in. I can't even keep up with them. So keep the chats going, everyone.
That's the best. We have thousands of people watching in from home, wherever you are. Thank you so much for tuning in. In a little bit, we're going to be giving away, again, some coaching calls with the Start Ambassadors and also some chocolate mint shake. And again, every time you hashtag Start Your Life and put it on Facebook, Instagram, we will be donating $1 for Souls for Souls, donating shoes all around the world. So with that, I want to introduce somebody who, one of our first Start Ambassadors that's going to be training on this call. And just before I do that, you're going to be hearing a number of the Start Ambassadors obviously doing some great training tonight. And I just want everybody to know and give everybody a kind of a peek about what's coming in 2017. In the past, we have, our model for showing people how to earn income and how to get their products paid for and start earning some income has been you plus two, them plus two. Obviously, that's been a huge slogan in Isagenix that has been tremendous for us. And we want everybody to know that in 2017, we are actually going to be rebranding you plus two, them plus two. We're going to be changing it to the slogan, you share, they share, repeat. You share, they share, repeat. So that's the slogan. Again, the way you draw things out and the dollar amounts are staying exactly the same. The only thing that's changing is just the slogan. So we're kind of retiring you plus two, them plus two, and we're changing it to you share, they share, repeat. And that will be ongoing in 2017. So I just wanted to give everybody a heads up on that in case any of the Start ambassadors start referencing that you share, they share, repeat. So I have the pleasure of introducing somebody who is here in Australia. She is a Start ambassador. She is just such an embodiment of our culture and who we are in Isagenix. And I think if there's one characteristic that, you know, everybody needs to be equipped with to build a successful Isagenix business, it would come down to this one topic, and that is belief. You know, people ask me all the time, what's the one thing that people are doing or saying? It's not what they're doing or saying. It's that everything that they're doing and saying, they have so much belief behind it. They are unshakable, a 10 out of 10 in their belief in all of the areas that you need to be believable in Isagenix. And that's ultimately what people want to follow. People want to follow conviction. Nobody wants to follow people who are 1 foot in and 1 foot out. People want to know that you're committed and you are believable and you're ready to rock this thing. So our first topic is building your belief. And I'm going to hand it over to our Start ambassador from Noosa Heads, Queensland, Australia. She's an Aussie. This is Ash Good. Hey, Ash.
Hello, hi. Hey, everyone. Can you hear me properly, Eric?
I can hear you so good, crystal clear.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be a part of this. Really honored to be a part of it as well, and excited to be talking about one of my favorite topics, which, like Eric said, really is a key to your success in this business. So building your belief. You know, you can be amazing at finding people to talk to. You can be incredible at talking to people you find. You can be great at connecting with people on social media. But if you don't have belief, then it will hold you back. So there are 5 areas, like Eric mentioned, that we need to build our belief in. And we're going to not only cover those today, but really address the ways you can build on your belief, build on yourself, and do what you need to have the most successful and also the most fulfilling business and life with Isagenix. So before we go into it though, for those of you who don't know me, which I'm sure is most of you on the call, I'm just going to share my story and how I started Isagenix and how my life has transformed since the day the big brown box arrived. So I started Isagenix almost 3 years ago now, and I came into it purely for the products. My background is health. I'm a qualified osteopath, and for those of you who don't know what that is, as a big generalization, it's a combination between a physiotherapist and a chiropractor. It's 5 years of study. I'm a doctor of osteopathy, and when I graduated in 2009, I truly thought that that was my future. I did go on to study health and wellness coaching just to expand my holistic health knowledge. But yeah, a few years ago, I hit a bit of a roadblock in my own personal health. So I was at a place where I was eating clean. I was doing all the right things, but not getting results. So I was eating organic, superfoods, fermented foods, nothing processed, yet I was still feeling average. And I'm sure many of you can relate. Comment in the chat if you can relate to that. Yes, I was eating clean, doing all the right things, but I still felt tired all the time. I was sluggish. I had digestive issues, and I was struggling to shift some weight no matter how well I ate or how hard I trained in the gym. So I was starting to get really frustrated, and I was also starting to feel really incongruent, because here I was working as a health professional, telling people what to do to feel better every day, yet I wasn't feeling it myself. So when I had seen my beautiful friend, Anna Richards, and her transformation on Facebook, I reached out to her to see what she was doing, and she told me about Isagenix, and I said no straight away. I was massively skeptical, to say the least. I said no multiple times for just over 8 months. But in February 2014, I got to a point where I thought, you know what I'm doing isn't working for me. I'm not happy. I don't have to tell anyone. I trust Anna. I'm just going to do it. So I emptied my bank account. I literally emptied it, and I ordered a president's pack. And I still remember clearly when the box arrived, my partner at the time saying, you know, this is everything you're against. It's in packets, it's in a box. And I felt sick because he was right. I thought, what am I doing? But part of me knew I didn't have any other options. So I went for it. I had an amazing health transformation and have never looked back. And a few months in, I started just organically sharing it with friends and family. They started to get great results too. And then I started to see some extra money coming into my bank account. And I thought, this is pretty cool. So I looked into it further, and that's when I really caught the vision. And I really came to see the limits in my profession as an osteopath. When I didn't work, I didn't get paid. If I took holidays, I went backwards. And the moment I go to have children, my income would stop completely. So it was also very limiting from the point that I could only help a certain amount of people. Like, there are only so many hours in a day, right? So it was then that I really saw the gift that this is, and I understood what this could do for me, my life, and all the people around me. So I also saw that there was no ceiling to not only the people I could help, but the income I could create. So I was excited. I went to work. I replaced my income earlier this year, and 6 months ago resigned as an osteopath to pursue my passion with this full time, which is huge. And in pursuing this, what I love is there is now no limit to the amount of people that I get to impact in this lifetime. So that really excites me. And as I often say, I've never felt more aligned in my life than what I'm doing here with Isagenix, and in particular the Start Your Life movement. So thank you all for being such a part of such an amazing community that I really do love, adore, and respect so much. So that's my story. And as I previously mentioned, there are 5 areas we need to build belief in. And those are Isagenix, the company, the products, our compensation plan, network marketing, and of course you. And I really want you to get this. Like Eric said, this piece on belief is so important, because if you believe, you're believable. And if you're believable, building this business is going to be a lot easier for you, because people automatically gain more trust in you. And of course, it takes hard work and it takes consistency and commitment, but a strong belief really is at the core of it all. Having a strong belief also allows you to share Isagenix authentically. Belief builds trust, it builds confidence, it gives you energy. And when you have a strong, unshakable belief in something, nothing's going to stop you. And, you know, if you've been in this business for a while and things have plateaued, or they're not where you want them to be, there could be a high probability that your belief may have dropped in one or more areas. So hopefully today, this piece will bring that up for you as well. David Wood, one of our trainers, uses an example I'd love to share. And a few of you may have heard this, but for those of you who haven't, he says, imagine if your partner got down on one knee to propose and said, I'm 80% sure I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you marry me? How would that make you feel? It's the same with these products and this business. Like, when you don't have belief, people will feel that as I'm 75% sure you should invest this money for your health, or I'm 70% sure you should invest time into this business. It's not going to be received well, right? So having that 10 out of 10 belief means that you can talk to people with certainty and posture, and it means an energy that will translate. So the people you are talking to, they feel more confident and they feel excited about getting started with you. Like you often hear people say, certainty is sexy, and it will have a massive positive impact on your business. So I hope you're getting an idea of the role belief really plays here. So when we talk about belief, you'll hear us say, you know, what are you out of 10? We rate it at being a level out of 10. So 1 is no belief at all. 10 is unshakable belief. And when we say unshakable, we mean it as though it's a level of belief where even if the people closest to you were negative about what you're doing, it wouldn't sway you. So no matter how many wall-kicking moments you have, how many no's you get, how many times you get rejected, how many days you feel like quitting, you just keep moving forward, because you know what we have is so life-changing and you have such a strong belief in it. And I want to take you back now to when I first started, as I know many of you tuning in today are new, which is amazing. But yeah, back to day 1 when I started, I hate saying this, but I had very little belief in the company because I didn't know much about them. I did know my friend Anna was aligned with them, so that gave me some trust. But all in all, I was probably a 2 out of 10. I had barely any belief in the products because I was still skeptical, but I had seen results in other people which helped again, but I was probably a 2 or 3. I had no belief in the compensation plan because I didn't want to know about it. I had no belief in network marketing because I knew absolutely nothing about the profession or the industry. I'd never even really heard of it. And I was probably a 3 or 4 out of 10 in belief in myself at that stage, if that. And I really wanted to share that because it's okay not to have your belief yet. We all start somewhere, but as you go to work on your belief and your belief in all areas builds, which it will, your business and your life will shift in the most amazing ways. And just on belief, while we're talking about you today, it's incredibly valuable to know where your team are at. So, you know, after today or tonight, wherever you are in the world, sit down with the people you're working with, find out where they're at in their belief and work with them to build theirs up to a 10 too, because that will also really impact your success. So the first area I'm going to talk about is the company, the amazing company of IsaGenics. So if I was to ask you right now, where you sit on a scale of 1 to 10 in belief in the company, what would your answer be? And put it in the chat, like let us see where you're at. We want to build everyone up to a 10. So let us know where you're at the moment. Like I mentioned before, when I started, I didn't really have any belief in the company purely because I didn't know much about them. But as I went along to more events and I got to know more people in the company, I learned more about John Anderson and the Cougars. I saw them on stage and I got to meet them. And I also got educated on their history. My belief continued to grow and grow. And as a result, so did my business. And I think when belief in a company also builds when you align with the company's values. And for me, our values set us apart from many other companies out there, if not all of them. You only need to take one look at our values and, you know, you see what we stand for, you see what we're about, and you know that we come from that heart-centered place here to serve and truly create a lasting legacy. So for those of you who haven't seen our values, they're up on the screen, but I'm going to go through them with you because they say so much about who we are. So the first one is health. It's one of our top values and you'll hear it often. We're committed to impacting world health physically, emotionally, mentally, financially, and spiritually. We're goal driven, meaning we're dedicated to stretching and growing to reach our goals. Integrity is who we are. We hold ourselves, each other, and our company to the highest standards. Innovation is what we do every day. We challenge the status quo. We never settle and we're cutting edge in all that we do. Freedom, it's what we stand for. We really do believe that you can have it all. We have purpose. We know our why is the spark that ignites passion and we do everything with purpose. Contribution is what we live for and it truly is at the core of IsaGenics. If you haven't put up a photo yet and hashtag start your life, do it now so that we can donate as much as we can to Souls for Souls. It's such an awesome campaign. We encourage and support transformation in all areas of life. We're committed to leadership development and supporting leaders to create global impact. We live in an attitude of gratitude and celebrate all success, big and small. We have fun, so much fun, and finally family. We're family and we create a culture that reflects this so beautifully, especially in the start culture. And the last one is my absolute favorite, family, and I speak about it all the time to people about our IsaGenics family. But it reminds me of that part in the Start Your Life video where Slogan says, you know, we're permission bearers. We're here to show you can be, do, and have anything you want. And you have this big community around you to cheer you on and hold you up. And we're going to be a stand for you, even when you can't be a stand for yourself. So I absolutely adore that. And IsaGenics really is like one big family. And it's really important to plug into our community so you can really feel the power of this. And how about our vision? The company vision. You can go on to the next slide. Next slide. It's not coming up, but to create the largest health and wellness company, there we go. Free people from physical and financial pain and in the process create the largest health and wellness company in the world. And our start vision, which Eric went over at the start, gives me goosebumps all the time, or every single time I hear it. Ignite all young people to own their lives physically and financially, and through our contributions, create freedom and a lasting legacy. How does it get any better? Let our vision, those visions there, let them move you. Or like, you know, Steve Jobs says, if you're working on something that exciting that you really care about, you don't have to be pushed. The vision pulls you. So allow our vision to pull you, and allow it to help build your belief, because you see what we stand for really, really matters. And yeah, so things you can do to build your belief in our company. Find your next event. Events build belief in all areas. You hear it time and time again, because they're so powerful. Events really shifted my belief in the company. But you can find your next event, isagenicsevents.com, or for those of you in Australia and New Zealand, anz.isagenicsevents.com. For most of us, New Year Kickoff is the next big one, and I know there's going to be lots of exciting announcements and things happening there. So if you haven't already got your ticket, jump online tonight and buy it. And another thing you can do to build your belief in Isagenics is just do your research. Do your research on the company. If you like, when you learn about our history, how and why Isagenics started, it's a great story, and it will help build your belief so much. And it'll also help you really appreciate, I believe, what a privilege it is to be a part of this company. So yeah, what do you need to do to get your level up to a 10? The next thing I'm going to talk about are our products. Out of 10, where is your belief in our life-changing products? Before I started, as I said earlier, I was very skeptical about the program, but once I put the products in my body, I felt the brain fog lift. I felt my energy go through the roof. I started waking up fresh. I felt the positive change in my digestion, and my clothes started fitting better. I knew that these products were amazing, right? I knew they were, but it was when I heard this is the health side coming out of me. When I heard the research presented at Celebration in San Diego last year, my life changed. Like when the results came out from the Skidmore study and they were presented on stage, I was absolutely blown away. And I thought to myself, I cannot believe I have been talking to people like this is a 30-day cleanse. Like this is an exceptional nutrition program, and everybody needs these products in their body for life. So that was a real game changer for me and my belief. And I want you to take a minute now to get your pen and paper out, and write down all the health benefits you've experienced since starting Isagenics. Like, do you have more energy? Do you sleep better? Do you wake up feeling fresh and alert? Have you got more balanced moods? Are you less moody than you were? You might have to ask your partner about that one. Have you lost weight? Has your fitness improved? Are you feeling happier, more mental clarity? Do you have the Isa glow? Is your skin clearer? Write down how the products have changed your life. So make a list as long as you can. Even put it in the chat. We want to hear how your life's changed, how you felt the health benefits. Let everyone see it. I'm going to give you guys about 30 seconds to do that. And for those of you having a watch party, you know, see who can write out the most. Bit of fun. I can't see the chat, but I'll get Foxy to go through it with me when I finish.
So many people are going off on the chat here, and so many people resonating with your story, actually. They're just feeling exactly in the same place that you did, especially with your eating and stuff. And yeah, some new peeps, 4th week in, just having the same results, just feeling absolutely incredible. And so many people are an absolute 10 out of 10 with their belief. Some of you are a 6 or a 7, which is awesome. So you've got a little room there to build your belief up already. So yeah, the chat's going crazy here. And thanks, Anna Richards, for jumping on there. Keep those hashtags coming in, because in about 15 minutes, we're going to be doing our first giveaway, so keep them coming.
Thanks so much, Steve. So now I want you to have a look at that list that you've just written down, and I want you to get excited, because we have something that can transform so many lives, that people are screaming, like Eric said before, people are praying for these solutions. People are screaming to have all of those things that you just wrote on that list. So get excited that we have something that will transform so many lives, including your family and friends. And to me, being able to give the gift of good health to those that we care about is one of the absolute best things about this. So how many people do you know who would love to be feeling the way that you are? So out of 10, where's your belief in our products? If a family member or spouse was to say something negative about them, which is important, how would you react? Would it change your belief? Would it phase you? Or are you 10 out of 10 unshakable? I know I am. So things that you can do to build your belief in the products. do a strict 30-day cleanse. We all know when the program is used the way it's designed to, our products work. So go back to basics, put the products in your body, follow the system, and feel your belief shift. Commit to an IsaBody challenge. 16 weeks will transform your life. And if you haven't done one yet, start one. Jillian shared so much amazing information about it, got me very excited about starting a new one. And you heard as well how much it had changed James's life. And I loved how he highlighted that it was not only outside his body, but inside his body as well. So it's so cool. Commit to an IsaBody challenge. If you're not already, start integrating double cleanses into your program. They will absolutely change the game for you. Do your research, isagenicshealth.net. Read the studies. Isagenics invests millions of dollars into research to prove that our products and our systems work. And the studies and the research, they're so impressive. So go and do your research and finally get educated. isaproduct.com, and for those of you in Oz and New Zealand, isaproductau.com. Learn more about the products, read, listen to podcasts. We've got an amazing channel on iTunes, and learn what you need to build your belief. And like Jillian said as well, you know, we don't have to know everything, but this, if you want it to be, this is your business. So you do need to take responsibility for learning more about them and knowing really the resources that we have to connect the right people to the right information. So, you know, when you do come up against, especially if you're new, if you do come up against something that maybe you don't know about, for example, pregnancy and the products, you can connect that person straight to an article on isagenicshealth.net, which will answer the questions for you. So knowing what information is out there is another really important thing when it comes to the products. And I always like to highlight, you know, our 30-day money-back guarantee. It proves we believe our products and our solutions, and it should help others see that as well. I know I definitely started with that in the back of my mind. Oh, well, if it doesn't work, I'll send it back. And I know so many other people think that as well. But yeah, so don't forget to share that with others too. Get your health back or get your money back. It's pretty amazing. And while on the products, I just want to touch on a couple of things. And I think a really important point to drive home here is that there are many different health products out there, and people have been bombarded. So before many people understand our system, there may be negativity from others. There probably will be. There'll be skeptics. I'm sure many of you on this call were skeptics like myself before we started, but we don't know what we don't know, right? So even like what Jillian said about the labels, it's often just a misunderstanding of the ingredients. So it's important that you understand that people don't know what they don't know, and that when someone does say no to you or something negative, we appreciate that they just don't have the knowledge yet of what this program or these products are about. You know, it's never a personal thing against you. It's just their lack of understanding. And I really want you to appreciate that, especially if you're starting out, because if you do come up against negativity, just, yeah, need to be able to not take it personally. Another important message, and James spoke about this as well, is showing up as a product of the product every day. Like if you want to share a program that promotes health and wellness and you want people to believe in you, which we want them to, you can't be seen at McDonald's every week. And, you know, sure, we are all about balance. One thing I love about Isagenics, but the predominant message you're giving out should be that you're a picture of health. And a product of the product does not mean that you have to look a certain way, but people need to know that you're the go-to for improving health, because you're constantly taking people on your health journey. And you know, we want, when people think of getting healthy, we want them to think of you. When people think of wanting to get in shape, lose weight, feel better, we want them to think of you. And social media is amazing for this. But I just want you to ask yourself now, how are people seeing me because of the way I'm showing up online and offline? And can I do anything to improve on this? So with that, integrity comes into it too. Like if you're a couple of months in and you haven't yet done a cleanse day, it can be a bit hard to tell others to do one. Same with the IsaBody challenge. So maybe check in with yourself there. And yeah, ask yourself, what do you need to do to get your belief in the products up to a 10? And if it's related to getting back on the program or doing it properly, reach out to someone for accountability, or even post in the Start group and let us as an entire community support and cheer you on, because that is what we're here for. So that's the products. I hope that that gave you a few ways that you can help build your belief up to a 10 if you're not already a 10. So the next is the compensation plan. So let me ask you a question. If someone were to ask you how to draw out our compensation plan or how it works, could you do it? And if the answer is no, that's okay, but I want you to promise all of us, that by the end of this weekend, you shift that answer to a yes. Because when you can draw it out, when you get our compensation plan, like when you really understand it, there'll be no plan B. Like, it's like I say to people, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And that's a really good thing, trust me. What builds my belief in our compensation plan is not only understanding it and knowing how amazing it is, but Jim and Kathy Coover and their experience. And I could go on about Jim and Kathy and how amazing they are and how they've created what they have for us, but I would literally be here all day, so I won't. So go away and research them. Let me just say that Jim is considered a pioneer in our industry, and Kathy is nationally recognized and respected as one of the most dynamic women in this profession. So these guys are experts in compensation plan design. So just remember that. And Kathy has a vision to create more 6- and 7-figure income earners than any other company out there. And that is truly coming to fruition. So, you know, we've just been set up for success so well. And like I mentioned at the start, as an osteopath, I can only ever earn a certain amount because I was paid per patient. So if a patient didn't show up, I didn't get paid. And there are only so many hours in a day, right? So it was very limiting. With IsaGenics and our compensation plan, there's no limit to what you can earn. And I want you to really get that, like no limit. The plan doesn't stop after a few levels. It doesn't hit reset every month. It's infinite. And the further you go, the more opportunities that will open up with this business. So when you think about the job that you're in right now, what is the potential for your income to grow? Does it increase every week? Does it increase every month, every year? Is there a limit to what you can earn? Can you out-earn people above you in the business like you can in this? Can you out-earn your boss? These are great questions to ask yourself, because they really highlight, it really highlights what we have here with IsaGenics and our compensation plan. You know, understand that anyone, any of you on this call can create $1 million business with IsaGenics, provided you work hard, you put in the effort, you stay compliant, you follow the systems, and I just think that's pretty phenomenal, don't you think? So out of my advice, if you're not a 10, it's likely because you don't completely understand the full compensation plan. So go away and learn it so you can teach it, start teaching it to others. That's a really great way to learn as well. There's a few templates out there. The 820 script is a great one. And I know there's some new ones coming out in the new year, so watch out for those. And remember, it's really as simple, like Eric said earlier, as you share, they share, repeat. You share, they share, repeat. And as I said, there's some new tools coming out in the new year, which is so exciting. But one video I want to recommend that you watch is the Jim Coover one on isagenicsbusiness.com in the training section. He shares in depth about what they've created and why it's designed like it is, so that we're rewarded so generously. And, you know, if you have a skeptical partner, I know there's lots of skeptical partners out there. If you have a skeptical partner who's skeptical about the business model, there's no better video to show them than that Jim Coover one. So we've heard so many stories of people saying, oh, they had a skeptical partner and they showed them that video and it changed everything. So get on isagenicsbusiness.com, training section, compensation plan, Jim Coover. Onto it. Next one, network marketing. So out of 10, what is your belief in the network marketing industry and the network marketing profession? Network marketing is not for everyone, but it provides an opportunity for everyone. I love that. It's an industry praised by experts in wealth and business, people like Robert Kiyosaki, Tony Robbins, Richard Branson, Warren Buffett. It's quoted as the business of the 21st century. So we're in the right place. And one thing I love about it is that, you know, anyone can do it. You don't need experience before you start. And you see that a lot on the Start Your Life website. The team videos, everyone is so different. They all come from such different backgrounds. They're all having massive success, and you'll find that most of them have had no experience in network marketing before coming into IsaGenics, and I think that is a really big clue. Why I think network marketing is cool too is that it's an extension of what we already do every single day with things we love. Like, we recommend hairdressers, great restaurants, cafes. We're doing exactly the same thing here, just recommending something we love, which is health and wellness products, with people we want to share it with. So it truly should just be a natural transition, sharing your passion and your belief for these products. And I'm excited for the training coming up after me to share some more with you about from the other trainers with how to do this and how to share these products so elegantly. So some benefits of network marketing that could appeal to you, I'd love to go through. No boss, be your own boss. I bet some of you would love to fire your boss. No commute to work, no more sitting in traffic for hours. You can work from home. Choose when, where, and who you work with, and you really can work from anywhere provided there's Wi-Fi. I love that it's location independent. It's one of my favorite things about it because I love traveling. So you can travel the world and still be working this business, earning a great income and helping others. Seriously, how does it get any better? You know, as an osteo, if I had to be physically in the clinic to earn money, the moment I stepped out, no income. It's not the case with network marketing. It's something that you can fit into the pockets of your time to get started. So you don't have to quit your job to get started on this. Low overheads. You don't have to hire an office or a warehouse to work this business. You don't need to make the products. You don't need to pack them or ship them. It's all done for you. There are low startup costs. And for the small business owners on the call or people who have invested big money into starting up a business, I know some people have invested tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars into starting a business. You guys will particularly appreciate that it's a very small investment to make to get started. You know, all you pay for is your pack and you have a business in your hands. Like, I always think it's crazy. I have a 6-figure business that cost me a president's pack to get started. You know, it's amazing. We're also given all the tools, systems, and training to have success, even our own website. It's all handed to us. We just have to do the work. And we always need to make that clear. You know, there's no shortcuts. It's not an overnight success. If that's what you're looking for, you're in the wrong place. Like any profession, it takes hard work, it takes commitment, and it takes consistent daily action. And for you, a network marketing business might mean an opportunity to stay home with your children. Eric spoke about this before, and I know lots of people put in the chat what a difference it had made to their life. But it might mean staying home with your family. It might mean retiring your partner from working away. It might mean for the first time ever, you don't dread getting the mail because you don't want to dread a bill. It might mean, no longer living week to week. It might improve your relationships because you no longer have that financial stress, which you know is huge. It might mean just getting to live a life that you love every single day. It's different for everyone, but how amazing is it that IsaGenics is using the vehicle of network marketing to allow us to take complete control of our lives. So not just physically, but also financially. And for me personally, like, having network marketing is one thing, it's amazing, but combining it with being able to, you know, positively impact the health and wellness of others through our products, like, truly feels like the jackpot. So some ways that you can build your belief in network marketing. Next slide, thank you. Learn more, get educated, read more books on the network marketing profession. The more you learn, the more you'll love and appreciate it. Eric Worre's GoPro, it's a must. If you haven't read or listened to it, get your hands on a copy. Plug into podcasts and the resources we have, iTunes, there's an IsaGenics podcast channel, startyourlife.com, the team videos, and the start calls on isagenicslive.com/start. Going through all of those team calls, they're all amazing. They will help build your belief in this profession and what it can do for your life. And with podcasts, I just want to highlight, whether it's for learning more about the products, about the company, about network marketing, or for personal development, I always love sharing that there's no excuse to fit these into your life. You're not too busy to listen to a podcast. Turn your car into a moving university. Instead of the radio, have a podcast on. Put them on when you're getting ready for work, when you're exercising. You can listen to podcasts throughout the day, anywhere, and just implementing these into your life will have a big impact. So yeah, network marketing is extraordinary, but again, like the products, not everyone will see this, especially at the beginning. So understand that, again, people don't know what they don't know. So it's our duty to be elegant in what we do, to educate others that the network marketing profession is not what some may have seen in the past. And I truly believe IsaGenics, through our leadership and our culture, especially in Start, really has given us all the most beautiful opportunity to show everyone out there that we here in this company, we do it the right way. You know, we aren't pushy, we come from the right place, we just want to help. We have integrity, and we have the chance to really shift the perception of network marketing for those who don't understand it to one of, you know, really high respect. And I know for a fact here in Australia, there's lots of new companies coming in, and more people are now seeing network marketing for the opportunity that it is. And it's such an exciting time to be a part of this profession and this industry. And I just think it's so cool that we get to do it with Start. And just understand as well, like, there's nothing like Start out there. You know, no other company has a culture like what we have here. And people say it to me all the time, you know, what you guys have with IsaGenics is different. Like, it's amazing. And I know when I first saw Start Your Life, it really hit me. I knew that I wanted to be a part of this, and I saw network marketing for what it is because of this, because I got to experience the Start culture and the Start community. And I just believe we're so fortunate to have this. So where are you out of 10? Remember, 10 is unshakable. 5 is you think network marketing is good, you see the potential, but you don't completely understand it yet. And 1, you know nothing about it. Where do you sit, and what do you need to do to build your belief in it? And the last one is my favorite, belief in self. And while every area is incredibly important, this is number 1. Belief in you is where it all begins. And, you know, while it begins here, it never ends here. It's an ongoing journey, and just like a muscle, it's something that we need to exercise every single day. Self-belief has the power to change everything about your life. Your energy, your business, your relationships, your finances, your happiness, who and what you attract. And while it holds that power to change everything, it's also the one thing that holds most people back. It's the one thing that so many people struggle with the most. You know, with the voices we listen to, society and media, we're programmed to live in fear. You know, fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of what other people will think of us, resulting in most people playing life small. And I put this quote in here, a ship is safe in harbor, but that's not what ships are made for. And I love that, because it's the same with us, right? We're not here to play small and play safe. We're not. And as members of the Start Your Life community, I'm sure you'll agree that we're in such a great position, because we've been given this platform to inspire others, to empower others, like Eric said before, to move others, and to really live an extraordinary life. But we can't do that if we don't believe in ourselves first. So how do we shift our belief in self? How do we build our confidence so that we can pick up the phone, so that we can talk to people, so that we can build good relationships, so that we can create leaders and really just have the biggest impact? It just starts with a decision. You can decide tonight or today, wherever you are, a decision to do this, and then a commitment to going and doing the work, and also a knowing that you're the one who's in control of this. So really taking full responsibility to build your belief in yourself. Self-belief is something that we all continuously work on. You know, as I said, you don't do it once and have it forever. It's also a forever moving target, especially in this profession where we're faced with skeptics, negativity from those who don't understand, criticism from those who might be envious of just our courage to start playing big, or our courage to challenge the status quo. We're faced with so many things that will challenge us to give up, So it's something that we all need to continually work on, as I said before, every single day. And it can be uncomfortable and it can feel scary. And I look back at the person I was 3 years ago before IsaGenics, and I can hardly recognize her. And that's not a bad thing. It's actually rewarding to appreciate the transformation I've had, to see what can happen when you go to work on yourself and you really commit to doing the do and realizing the power that's, you know, been inside you all along. And really just feeling the fear and doing it anyway. I heard on I remember on one of the start calls with Peter Kelly, she said it comes down to, you know, how bad do you want this? You get the belief when you do the work, even when it feels scary or hard. So some ways that you can build your self-belief: personal development work every day. And this may involve reading, listening to podcasts. Remember what I said earlier about podcasts. And in the chat, maybe Steve, let's hear some of your favorite personal development podcasts. Share them with everyone else, so that people can start plugging into that personal growth every day. Getting along to events. There are many different ways to partake in personal development activities, and the intention with them is just to learn more about yourself, learn how to live in the right mindset, how to know your values so you can live in alignment with those. And yeah, find what works for you, but just commit to doing the personal development work every single day, because like we hear all the time, our business will only grow to the extent that we grow ourselves. I'm going to repeat that. Our business will only grow to the extent that we grow ourselves. So, so remember that. Startyourlife.com, again, the stories. You'll see all walks of life, living for our vision, having amazing success, and it should help you see that you can do this too. You know, if they can do it, you can do it. If we can do it, you can do it. Healthy Mind and Body program. If you've already done it, do it again. I've done it 3 times now, and I take different things out of it every single time, because every time I do it, I'm in a different space. So it's really phenomenal. And I'm actually starting a new one on Monday, and I invite you all to join me, because it's such a great time of year to do it, because there's so many distractions over Christmas. So having the Healthy Mind and Body program to plug into every single day to keep us in alignment with what we're trying to achieve and alignment with who we are is so powerful. So I invite you all to join me and kick off another one on Monday if you're not already in the middle of one. Learn to get uncomfortable with being uncomfortable. Comfortable with being uncomfortable. This journey is new for many of you, so it will feel uncomfortable. We're challenging what most people know as normal, which feels uncomfortable. So does challenging the status quo. But just know that that zone, like that uncomfortable space, is where your belief in self will grow the most. So go there and live there most of the time, in the uncomfortable zone. Surround yourself with amazing people, people who inspire you, empower you, lift you up. There's nothing better than being around like-minded people that support you, and that will also help build your belief. And again, the Start community is the go-to for that. Like I said before, taking action, just doing the do. Take action every day, no matter how many times you feel like you can't, or you feel like you failed. The people who have the most success are those who kept getting back up, no matter how many times they were knocked down. And the best thing is, each time you get back up, so your belief in self will build. So just taking action, and just finally know that if we can, you can. As a Start ambassador, I just feel so privileged to be able to have this platform so I can express this passion of mine, which is to really help you see that we are no different to any of you watching this call. We all began where you did or where you are right now. We all made mistakes. We all still do. We all doubted ourselves. We all have tough days. We've been criticized, knocked down. But through all of that, we were working on our belief, and every day, and we still do. And because we believe in ourselves, and because we work on ourselves every day, we're having the most impact. And I read a quote this morning, I put it on my Instagram. It said that the master has failed more times than the beginner has even tried. And I love that. So just keep failing forward. You've got this. And if anyone had told me, you know, I'd resign from being an osteopath to become a network marketer, I would never, ever have believe. I would have laughed at them actually. But I'm just so grateful that I was offered the opportunity to be a part of this, and I was fortunate enough to see the vision and really see what Eric was creating with Start, and to recognize that I really wanted to be a part of this, and in doing so now I get to create the life of my dreams. It's really amazing. So I'm just going to finish with a quote. If you knew who walked beside you at all times on a path you've chosen, you could never ever experience fear or doubt again. And I believe in every single one of you, and I just want to thank you all so much. It's been such an honor to be able to serve you. I hope it helped fill some gaps for you. I hope it helped with some strategies to build your belief. I want to thank each and every one of you for all that you do, and hope that you can really see and feel that what we're creating here together is truly something extraordinary and something that we should all be incredibly proud of. So thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the training. I think I'm handing it back to the amazing Steve Foxwell.
Hey, thank you so much, Ash. Amazing indeed, amazing. Thank you for all that you do, Ash. That was so good. I'm gonna have to send you some of the chat kind of comments on here, because so many people have just resonated with what you did, and thank you for sharing that. And thank you for everybody to kind of for contributing in there, sharing so many great podcasts, so many great books, so many kind of awesome tips to build that belief up. That was absolutely epic. Thank you so much. So it is our competition time, and the first thing that I have to give away is this bad boy, chocolate mint shake. Boom, boom, shake the room. So our winner is Lynn Holver. Lynn Holver, you have won this amazing chocolate mint shake, so that is on its way to you. And of course, we have got 5 coaching calls to give away from all of our Start ambassadors. So I'm going to give our first 5 away. So you need to be listening up. And our awesome Start team in the US will be reaching out to you just to let you know how this is going to work. So the first one goes out to Candace Castaneda Gerardo, Caroline Power, Derek Bowler, Nick and Steph Connor, and Stephanie Marie Boone. So congratulations to all of you. Thank you for hashtagging the Start Your Life. And the Instagram is absolutely going off. So 5 awesome coaching calls on their way to you. So well done, everybody. So moving this baby along, I think one of our favorite topics, or our biggest topics that we get requested at Isagenix the most, is how to connect with people. So how do we connect with people online, and how do we connect with people offline? And I think they're both equally as important that we do both. And we have 3 of our awesome brand new Start ambassadors that are going to kind of step us through that today. So I have the privilege to welcome our first couple who's going to teach us how to build online and connect online. And that is the awesome Crystal and Bruce. And let me just share a little bit about them. So before Crystal was kind of introduced to Isagenix, she heard about it for about 12 months, and she was kind of saying no. And then one day she was at the hairdresser's and she thought, you know what, I'm just going to give this thing a go. And luckily for her, she was in the downline of Mr. Jackson Power, where he took them both under their wings. And it's so awesome to kind of see these guys as ambassadors today, and all that they do for Isagenix. I mean, they truly impacted so many people, and they're just incredible leaders down here in Australia and New Zealand. And I think when Crystal really first tried these products, she felt so amazing. She couldn't help just share this with everybody, and it's really changed their lives. And Brucey Boy joined us shortly afterwards on her journey, and he's a South African boy himself, and he's always followed his father's motto, which is to work hard and to never give up on your dreams. And they both get so much inspiration and happiness about empowering people and just lifting them up. So I want to give a massive shout out to Crystal Wilson and Bruce Donakay.
Thank you so much, Foxy.
Thank you.
Cheers for that, buddy. Thanks so much for the intro. It's been a crazy 2.5 years for Crystal and I, and our lives have changed in so many ways, and we owe so much gratitude and thanks to this amazing company and the opportunity to speak with all of you go-getters out there across the world. The Start movement is seriously something that Crystal and I hold so dear to our hearts, and we get fired up really knowing that there's so many people, young people around the world, just creating that lasting legacy for themselves and their family, which is amazing. Before we get underway, I just wanted to give a massive shout out to the main man himself, Eric Coover, the person that started this movement, and he always leads it with such fire and passion. To all the head office crew, to Steve, to Maddie, and to Jessica, and all the other crew, thank you so much for all the love you pour into us. We really do appreciate it, everything you do for us day in and day out. So our piece today is on social media, and I'm going to be totally honest with you guys. I am no guru when it comes to social media, but you're all very lucky. We've got the amazing Crystal Wilson here, and she's going to be running you through these 7 successful social media tips. So everyone get your pens and papers out. Crystal's going to be going through the 7 steps of social media success. The first one is connecting. Second being prospecting. Third is to discover the goals. 4th is to educate. 5 is to follow up. 6 is to enroll. And 7 is to serve and give a 5-star service.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here, and I'm so fired up because I absolutely love social media. It's how we built our business predominantly over the last 2.5 years. And the reason being is that, I mean, I was working, 10 hours a day, and I didn't have the time. I was all in and absolutely passionate and motivated to make this work, but I was really time poor. So if you're kind of also time poor and you're thinking about ways, how can you build this business in the pockets of your life, then this is the kind of the segment for you, because social media is really that. It's such a powerful tool for all the busy people out there. So the first thing is like connecting. And this is what I love most about social media, and particularly Facebook, is that before the conversation even starts, you've already started connecting. Even have a conversation with somebody on Facebook about IsaGenics, the products, the opportunity, everything you like, comment, post, every picture you post, that is, you are already connecting with your network. And that's why I think one of the most important things for me is branding. Okay, you've really got to sit down and think about, what is your brand? Who do you, when people go to your Facebook, what do you want them to think of you? Like, what kind of person do you want to be? How do you want to show up online? And it should be the same offline and online. So with your branding, you need to ask yourself those questions. And what I really think is really important also when it comes to your branding is you've got to be consistent. So I put together these little things, like, we all know that when people like, know, and trust you, that is going to help them to listen to you more effectively, to start with you, to start sharing the products, to post on Facebook. All of those things start with someone like, knowing, and trusting you. So your branding is how people get to like you. The things that you post on Facebook, they're going to build a relationship with you before that conversation has even started. They're going to know just by what you post and share on Facebook if you're their kind of person. So branding is, as I said, really important. The next thing is what you post, okay? So what you share about yourself, your life, and everything that you're doing allows people to get an insight of who you are, what you're about, what you stand for, what your values are. And then if you have your branding and your posting and you're doing that consistently, then people trust you. And when people like, know, and trust you, they feel connected to you. And that when you do have that conversation with them about IsaGenics, the products, or how this can help them, or you're reaching out to them to say, hey, have a look at what we can offer you, they're going to be more open to receiving that information. So the next slide as well. So we're going on to the connecting. Actually, with the connecting, what I did want to just mention as well is that, and you can type this in the comments in the chat, is that when I first started, like, I had no idea how to use Facebook, do you know what I mean? To basically connect with people, or how I was going to build this business. But because I was time poor, it just made sense to me to use Facebook, because I could post something in the morning, and then when I finished work late at night, then that post or those messages I sent out have already built traction while I was at work. But what I did was, and I'm not sure if any other people have done this, and definitely comment in the chat, is I kind of like gave myself a Facebook mentor, because I found people within IsaGenics that I, just thought were incredible human beings, that, I loved what they were doing on Facebook. I loved how they were showing up, and I just appointed them my Facebook mentor. And I would stalk their Facebook and go through all their posts and things that they were writing on Facebook and how they were doing it. And I spent hours, and mine actually was Peter Kelly. I just loved everything she was about. She was someone that I aspired to be like. And so I spent hours going through her Facebook. I mean, I went right back to when she was a teenager, and I watched you know, I watched the progression of her brand, you know, who she was before IsaGenics, when she first started, who she developed into, and it was an incredible journey. So if you're unsure about how to use Facebook, find somebody that you just think is incredible and go way back and watch their natural progression. Take notes, screenshot things that that you love and that speak to you. And that's basically what I did. And I just duplicated the hell out of Peter Kelly, because I thought she was awesome. So if you write in the comments, you know, if you've done that before and who's the person that you've, you know, has been your Facebook mentor, or who is, and you're going to start doing that and invest the time, because it's such an incredible thing. And it really helped me to develop my brand and who I was going to be, you know, who I was going to show up in the world as in IsaGenics. And the great thing as well, and my friend Nicole Robbo, she says this thing, it's called rip off, duplicate, add you. So if you see things on Facebook that, you know, you just love, or you're somebody who just really struggles, like you want to post but you're not sure what to post, just go to your Facebook mentors page and screenshot the things that you love, and then just reword it and talk from the post in your own words, in your own heart. That makes it really, really easy. So we've got so many great people out there who are just like dominating Facebook, and you can just jump on it and rip off and duplicate and add you to it. So I'll just go to the next slide now that we've kind of spoken about branding and how important being consistent is on Facebook. The next thing is like prospecting. So for me, whatever I post on Facebook is a form of connection, because that's showing up on other people's walls. When it comes to prospecting, you know, we've got the 10-4-1 formula, and we all know that the 10 posts should be about who you are, what you do every day. 4 should be, you know, slightly IsaGenics related, and then 1 should be a power post. So those 4 and the 1 power post are for me like prospecting posts. So when you first start your journey in IsaGenics, and I think this is really important because a lot of you are really new on the call, or you're coaching new people who want to share, that first 30 days and how you show up and what you share is so important. I personally feel and love to coach my new people. It's all about sharing your journey. You know, if you kind of come out the gates and it's all about business and other people's before and afters, and you're not really sharing, you know, how much of an impact this is creating in your life, then you're missing a part of the link there. So when people naturally start and they share, like, you know, excited that their box arrived, you know, first cleanse day, a compliant post about their day 9 and day 20 and day 30 results, then people are going on that journey with you, and it's really authentic. So I think that's really important, and it's a great prospecting tool, is to set people up for success and help them to post authentically in their first 30 days. The other thing that I absolutely love, and I got this from Laura Stevens, who is also a Start ambassador, who I just adore, and we were lucky enough to spend some time with her on the President's Quest, is kiss, kiss, hug. You know, we all want likes and comments, you know, when we're posting. And I always say to my team, if you want something, you need to go out there and give it. So if you want people to show up on your Facebook and give pour love into your Facebook, then you need to go and do that to your network. So spend time, you know, pouring love into your network's posts, commenting on stuff, being interested in them. And the great little formula is a kiss kiss could be like a like and a like, or a like and a comment on something, and that opens up the opportunity to then message them in a way that will land like, you know, warmly with your prospect, versus just messaging them straight up. So I love that little tip from Laura Stevenson. And the second thing that I'm really passionate about is, you know, we hear this so often, this is a relationship business, and it's all about building relationships. So I don't really like to go out there and try and get people. That's not what I'm about. I mean, I want to open up a space where people know that I'm coming from the heart, and I want to serve and support and help people to reach their goals. So I spend a lot of time building relationships. I spend a lot of time starting conversations where I have zero intention of bringing up IsaGenics. I listen to my intuition, and I always know when the right time to interject IsaGenics. I always know when that feels right, and I always know when it doesn't. So it's really important that you focus on building relationships versus trying to get people and get people to watch tools and stuff like that. That's kind of how we really like to build. we've got building the relationships. Also, you can be really direct and you can ask people to take a look. You know, if you've got the relationship with somebody, you can definitely send them a heartfelt message and say, look, you know, I haven't been able to get you off of my mind. This is what I've started. You know, I just think that you would be incredible at it because you have this, this, and this attributes. You know, talking about what you love about them and why you feel that this is something that could really impact their life. And if you're coming from a space of serving and supporting, you just cannot go wrong. You cannot say the wrong thing to someone when you're coming from the heart. People still may say no, but if you are truly coming from the heart and it's about them and not you, when somebody tells you no, you will never, ever be upset. When someone tells you no and you make a big story about it and it's all about you and you know, negative, that is you coming from a space of you are serving you, not that person. When someone tells me no, when I give them direct approach, I respect that and I just know it's no, not right now. But you just keep going back to building the relationship, being your positive self, keeping consistent on Facebook, building your branding, what have you. The other great tool we have is obviously we have the Start Your Life group, which is incredible. There's 65,000 young, motivated, passionate, inspiring people in there. But most of you will also have your own like Facebook support group, which is like, to me, like the biggest tool, Facebook tool we have. Third-party story validation is just so powerful. I mean, you can share your story with your friend 100 times, and I mean, and then they hear someone else's story, and that's the thing that gets them over the line. And I think Ben, Kelly, and Peter's a great example of that. I mean, he wanted nothing to do with it until one of her friends told her about it. So with your cleanse groups, your private cleanse group and the start groups and any isogenics group where people are sharing their results, how much they love the products, what's happening for them, adding your prospects into those groups is just so powerful because you can kind of just let them sit in there and enjoy that information, and that's going to bring them closer and closer to saying yes. It's building their belief that this is the right thing for them. And this is something that I actually heard Jackson talk about recently at UAA with David Wood. He used the terminology, some people play the short game and some people play the long game. And I just loved it because I'm all about relationship. You know, neither's wrong or right, but you've just got to figure out what works for you. And Jackson said he plays the long game. So he's not kind of like messaging people, trying to get them. He's all about the relationship, and he's very transparent on Facebook. His branding's incredible. So that once he adds somebody to Facebook, they're already in his funnel. Okay, and they will naturally progress through that funnel. And because he is transparent and his branding is so great and so consistent, people reach out to him. And this is something that we have noticed in our business as well, because we've been really consistent on Facebook, is that our brand within our network now, when somebody looks in the mirror or goes to put their jeans on, they think of us. You know, they're thinking, oh, I've gained weight. Who am I going to call? Crystal and Bruce. Crystal and Bruce. And which is so incredible because that's the power of Facebook. If your branding's right and your posts are consistent and you're coming from a place of service and support, people will come to you. People will literally message you and say, I'm ready. And you've never had any conversation with them. You're like, okay, cool. So that's the power of like it's worth being consistent on Facebook, because when you do that, it means that people literally will reach out to you. And I know that that's kind of the game that Jackson plays as well. And he's obviously done really well. So I've always just kind of followed the people in front of me on the tracks that they've laid. So we'll just go to the next slide. So we've covered connecting, prospecting, and now we've got discover. So, you know, you've connected with, you know, your network on Facebook, and, you know, when we post about, you know, before and afters and you know, curiosity posts about the products, people will reach out to you and comment, and they want to know, you know, what is it that you're doing, or they might private message you. And this to me is where like the conversation begins. But when you really understand Facebook, you know that a lot has happened before you even had that conversation, that the connection, the relationship started the minute you started posting on Facebook. So for me, I use this terminology, okay? So when you're talking to someone, the first thing I want to know is about them. Okay, so I want to know, where are they at right now? What are their health goals? How long has that been affecting them? You know, fast forward to reaching that, how would this impact their life? So I am all about the emotional conversation. I don't want to do surface level conversation. I really want to get to the core of what's going on with people. And you can do this online in Messenger. I love to do it on the phone. I basically use Facebook as a tool to connect and prospect. And then I love having these conversations on the phone because you just cannot replace that emotional, tonality in your voice. So when I'm talking to someone, I'm going to give you an example just so that you can understand what a dominant buying motive is. So, I'm talking to Bruce, and Bruce wants to lose 10 kilos. So 10 kilos or more energy or sleeping better, that's a goal. Okay, the reason behind why they want to lose the weight or sleep better or more energy, that's the dominant buying motive. And what is so important is that you go there. So when Bruce is telling me about, he wants to lose 10 kilos, I'm like, awesome. How long have you been holding on to that weight for? 5 years. How has that been affecting, your relationships? How's that been affecting how social you are? Like a lot of us have struggled with our health, and that's why we're here. Tap into that. What it feels like to all your girlfriends be going out on a Friday night. You go to put on an outfit and you're like, nothing fits me. And how damaging that can be, for your self-esteem and confidence. So I ask those questions because I want them to bring up their pain. I want them to have that emotional conversation, because wanting to lose 10 kilos and staying at surface level with them and not going deeper, you'll have a lot of people saying, I need to think about it. Oh, it's too expensive. Do you know what I mean? So when you get to that deep emotional place with people and you find their dominant buying motive, which might be that, for example, if someone wants to lose weight and you're asking those third level questions, it might be that, there's been a breakdown in their relationship with their partner because of the weight they've gained and they're not feeling confident, and it's caused a breakdown in communication. Like, that's the real reason that they're going to invest $2,000. Like, cost doesn't matter when you get to that real dominant buying motive as to why they need this in their life. So this is kind of how my conversation goes, whether it's online or offline. It's about always finding that real reason that is stopping them from, living the life or having what they want. Next slide. Awesome. And then it educates. So, once I've got the dominant buying motive, okay, and they've shared with me their pain and really what they want to improve, then it's time for me to kind of educate. So I'm always about finding out their goals and dominant buying motive first, and then I have I send them a tool or educate them about the system. But one of the things that, I learned really early on in my, my sales career is that people do not care what shows up on their doorstep, as long as they 100% know that it's going to fix their pain. It's going to, help them to achieve their goal. So for me personally, 90% of my conversation is around them, their goals, their dominant buying motive. When the product side of it's like seriously one tool, because by the time I'm showing them product or send them a tool, they're already in. Do you know what I mean? They know this is going to serve them and to support them to reach their goals. So at this point, you can share your 30-second story, which is such a powerful tool. Like, we've all had such an incredible product experience, on Isagenix. And however, if you're talking to, for me, I'm not a mother and I don't have children, but I talk to a lot of mothers who are breastfeeding or who've got 4 kids. Like, I don't know what that life is like. So I'm going to share a story that's appropriate to the person that I'm talking to. So if I'm talking to a mother who wants to lose her baby weight and my story is really about I started sleeping better, I'm not going to start telling her about how I sleep better now, because that's not her goal. That's not her dominant buying motive. So if I don't have an appropriate story, I collect stories, and this is what you guys should all do. I'm constantly collecting other people's 30-second stories so that I can say, you remind me just of Joe, and share Joe's story about how Joe was really impacted by these products. Then I might say, I've got to connect you up with Joe. Let's get on a call. You guys will hit it off. And that's where the 3-way Facebook message or 3-way calls come into it as well. I mean, we have such incredible tools. Like, drop a little hell yeah in the chat if you guys just love our tools. Like, we don't have to even think for ourselves. IsaGenix has covered everything. So, you know, isamovie.com, you've got tools at isagenixbusiness.com, you've got heaps of archives and information at isagenixhealth.com, and it's just about feeding people the right information, but not overloading them as well. Like, send one thing at a time. And then with overcoming objections, this is where obviously once you start to educate, yes, objections are a fantastic part of the conversation. Don't be afraid of them. Get excited when you get them, because I don't look at objections at a negative at all. I actually prefer to call them a buying question. When someone starts hitting me with objections, I'm like, I've got a live one. This person is joining, because what they're really telling you is that, hey, I am interested, but this is my concern. Can you please give me information to get past this concern, because I'm in. That's all an objection is. I've got a whole podcast on objections. That's like another whole hour of conversation. So go to Take Action. There's a podcast on overcoming objections with me and Waza. I'll just go to the next slide and then follow up. Okay, so obviously not everyone is going to, you know, hand over their credit card on the day and join, and we would never expect that of people. We always allow people the space to make the decision in the right time for them. So obviously we wanted to give you guys some follow-up tips. You know, follow-up is something that I just trial and error a lot of different things, to be honest with you. I'm always trying different ways to reconnect with someone who might have gone a bit dormant in the conversation and things like that. So I'll give you a couple. So because we all have our cleanse support groups, we do in Australia anyway, so I'm sure America's very similar. This is one of my favorite follow-ups, because I add everyone. So as soon as I have a conversation that turns to IsaGenix health related, step one for me is adding them to my cleanse support group, because we've got hundreds of people in there sharing their authentic journey, and that those are the stories that are going to help people to know that this is right for them. So once they've been in there, and say they've been in there and they've gone a bit dormant, the conversation's been cold, we all have those people. I just sent a message, I'm like, hey Bob, how are you? I just saw that you're still in our cleanse support group. I said, you've actually been in there 6 months. I wanted to check in with you because those notifications must be driving you insane. Are you still interested, or would you like me to remove you from the group? I mean, I have used this follow-up tactic like hundreds of times. I've had like maybe 3 people asked to be removed. And you know what? I am totally okay removing people, because that allows space for more people who are interested in what we have to come into my network. I'm never, ever working from a space of fear of loss, because you just can't lose in this business. And then most people respond to that. It's the easiest follow-up is like, oh my God, no, please don't remove me. I'm actually really interested. And then they give you their objection, which is what you want. They'll say, you know what, the reason I haven't joined is because, you know, I'm saving, or I'm really concerned about the shapes, or I'm thinking about having another baby. Once you've got the objection, the conversation can restart where you're actually having a new enrolling conversation. Okay, which is fantastic. Another one is just getting straight to the point. I think one of my friends, Catch Blackburn, is like, if you've been talking to someone on and off for a very long time, just ask them, dude, where you at? Come on, man, we've been talking for a year. Are you in or you out? How can I help you start this? Like, just don't be afraid to, that's an authentic way to message someone, rather than, hey Joe, how you going? And starting this regurgitated, you know, conversation again. And Joe knows exactly what you're doing. So just get real and be like, where are you at? Let's do this. Are you going to get started or not? And you might be really surprised. You'll be like, yep, let's just do it. That, you know, they're just waiting for you to just ask them, which is just so awesome. Another one is, I hope I didn't offend you, which is great. This is from Larry and Alan Hilsinger. And I hope you're seeing what I'm doing here. I've just duplicated everyone else's material. And that's the best thing about this business, is that you can just, you know, pick up everyone else's great tips and use it as your own. You know, asking people, you know, Joe, I just wanted to message you. I've sent you a couple of messages and I can see you've seen them, but you haven't responded. And I feel terrible that I might have done something to offend you. I'm hoping not, or maybe you're just not interested. Either way, it's cool. Just let me know, you know, how you are. So just basically ask them if you've offended them. And people are like, oh my God, no, not at all. I've been so busy with the kids. I saw your message. I'm still interested. And again, you've reignited that conversation. They can't keep ignoring you after you ask them why you're ignoring me. Do you know what I mean? Like, at that point, they have to talk to you. So use that as a great way to get those conversations happening again. I'll just go next slide. Thank you. And then enroll. So this, I personally, like, once I've got someone who's like, yeah, okay, let's do this, I'm on the phone with them. That's just like how I like to especially if the whole relationship has been built on Facebook, I love to get people on the phone at this point because I'm excited for them and I want to share that enthusiasm with them. Also though, this is kind of, if I'm on the phone with someone and we're doing, you know, we're kind of going through price, we're going through pack, and we haven't yet got a definite yes, I have two things that are happening on this call. Either I am filling out an enrollment form and they're joining today, or I'm filling out an enrollment form with a purchase date. I mean, these are the only two options for me, okay? I spent a lot of time in this this business just with people that were just, the conversations weren't closed properly. There were people all over the place. I didn't know when they were joining. This is how I do it now. So I'm on the phone, I have an enrollment form ready, and if you guys have seen the Chris Harder close, that's just kind of what I call it, amazing. Find the podcast, listen to it, write the script, make it your own. It's like if you struggle with constantly getting price objection, that will just change your entire business. It's incredible. And I basically, so I use things that I call trial closes. It's just a simple thing. Every time I, you know, give a piece of information, I'll say, so Bob, do you feel like this is the right program for you? Do you feel like this is the right system for you? Do you feel that this is going to help you to reach your goals? Once you get what, yes. When you say, okay, Bob, would you like to get started today? Bob says yes again. So asking them where they're at throughout the conversation is such an important thing, because you'll never get to the end of the conversation and Bob's like, nah, not interested, because you would have already known that 5 questions ago and overcoming his objection. So asking throughout the conversation is such an important thing, and those little trial closes. The other little tip I want to give you, because I forgot it and I just remembered, was that when I first started this business and we have all these incredible tools, I was just sending out tools to everybody. I was like, yeah, watch this, here, watch this great tool. And they'd be like, yeah, cool, I'll watch it. And then I was following them up for like 6 months. Have you watched that tool? Have you watched that tool? Have you watched that tool? It was so frustrating. So now what I do is I do not send a tool to anybody unless we have made an agreement that they're going to watch it now. And I listened to GoPro my first week, okay? So I know this is like standard Eric Warrior stuff, but we forget these 1%ers when it comes to connecting. And I promise you the 1%ers are the stuff that will change your business. And when I talk to other leaders, I'm always going to know what's that one thing that they're doing in their business. These 1%ers, because they're incredible. And this is one of them. So I'll say to Bob, clearly I've got a lot of Bobs in my life, Bob and Joe. Bob, do you have time now? That is the key word I use, now, to watch a short video. When you write now, Bob is going to respond one of 2 ways. Yes, which he's made an agreement with you that he's going to watch it, or he's going to say, no, actually, I'm just in the middle of cooking dinner. I don't have time now. If Bob says not now, then I say, what time suits you? 9 o'clock tonight. I go, great, I'll message you at 9 o'clock tonight to see if you're free. So I never now send a tool to anyone unless I know they're about to sit down and watch it. And that's a little kind of like a little closed thing as well, is you always want to make sure that your people are going to action what you're asking them to do. So once we've done all of that and we're in the enrollment conversation, you're going to use the Chris Harder close, which is incredible. And you have to ask people to actually buy. Okay, this is another 1%er. The amount of people I speak to, and they're actually not asking people to start. They're giving the price, they're doing everything they're meant to, and it's kind of like after the price, we just expect people to go, okay, here's my card, let's start today. All you need to do once you've priced, you've sent a tool, you've priced them, you've gone through pack, is, Bob, how soon would you like to get started? Bob is going to say straight away. You'll be so surprised how many people, when you ask that question, will say straight away. It's just incredible. Or he'll say, you know what, I just probably need to look at my budget. And then I go further. So I'm not leaving that conversation without an enrollment form or a start date. So then I'll say, no problems at all. How long do you think you would need? 3 weeks. Okay, great. What day's payday? Thursdays. So I get my diary out. Thursday, 3 weeks is the 16th of December. Do you feel that that's enough time for you to save up to purchase and get started on that day? Bob. Bob says, yes, awesome. Well, there's two things we can do now. Whatever suits you, because I always want people to feel comfortable. We can fill out the form right now and you make a commitment to your health. And on the 16th of December, I will order your pack for you and we'll chat when it arrives. Or we can book in another phone call at a time that suits you on the 16th and we can get all your details right now. What works best for you? Like, you have to take people there. Otherwise, you're just going to have all of these people who are interested who no one's actually ever asked them, would you like to start today? So that's kind of my little enrollment tip. It's definitely changed our business. I mean, these things I learned in my sales career, but I forget. I'm human. I forget these little 1%ers. And all of a sudden I'm like, why is this happening in my business? Why is everyone not responding? And then I go back to what have I changed? And it's usually the 1%ers. Once someone enrolls, I mean, you'll see this now and I love it. It's because it's all about pouring love into people. Welcome and congratulate them. Like, pour as much love into somebody who says yes to you as you possibly can. As much as them going to executive. Because that's at the beginning of their journey and you want to immerse them in that culture and you want them to feel like this is the right decision for them and that everyone is supporting them. I mean, you can do those posts in Start. You can do them in your private cleanse support groups. I mean, you can even do them on your public Facebook with somebody new who starts, about how excited you are for them to start their journey. But I really think that that's a really important little thing to let people know that, you know, they've made the right decision. Then as well, we've got the new associate checklist, who, I mean, in the little chat, and be 100% honest and transparent if you're using the new associate checklist, because we've been in 2.5 years and we've only just started using it about 6 months ago. And I like to be really honest with people because I don't know why. We just, you know what I mean? There's just so many tools, you know which one to use, and it is like changed our business. Like, it's like we don't miss that step ever at all anymore. We do part A, and I'll tell you why we didn't use it for so long is because I printed it and read it and I didn't realize there was part A and part B, and I was like, I can't ask this random person about, like, who wants to lose 10 kilos what their business goals are and how much money they want to earn. Like, we're not even there yet. Once I realized that there was a part A and a part B, I was like, part A is perfect. So I do that with every single person. And it just comes down to your posture when you're asking these questions, but the new associate checklist just makes it so easy. So once someone enrolls with me, we do their welcome call. We do the new associate checklist part A on that welcome call. And everybody with us enrolls in IsaBody, everybody. It's not an option. And it just comes down to the way you word things and your posture. This whole thing is about giving your new associate the absolute best experience possible. And we know that IsaBody and Healthy Mind and Body, the new associate checklist, welcome calls, all of those things come down to giving them the best experience. So if you have an issue with it, again, you're making this business about you and not about serving and helping others. So when we talk about IsaBody, I'm just like, send me. And I think that people like to be led, okay? So I make it super easy. When you ask somebody to go and enroll and do that on their own, they may not do it because they're busy and things happen. So I tell them, I'm going to register you for the IsaBody challenge. I explain what it is, and I need you to send me a front, side, and back photo. And I need that by tomorrow. Like, you just have to lead people where you want them to go. If you leave it open-ended and just be like, hey, I think you should look at the IsaBody. I think you should, take some photos and upload it. Chances are, I'd say probably half of those people won't do it. Not because they don't want to. It's just that it's like too hard basket. So we just do it for everybody, which means everybody's enrolled in IsaBody. When it comes to Healthy Mind and Body, we always have that conversation on the first call, and then I'm just basically repeating it until they register for it. But we make it, and basically those two things are pretty much non-negotiables in our business because it's all about giving them the best experience. Then once you've kind of, you've enrolled them, then it comes down to giving your new associate the best 30 days of their life. I mean, and this is so important. I always hear people tell me, and still tell me, and I've trained on this on stage before, people are looking for this business builder. They're looking for like a mythical unicorn that doesn't exist. Very like 1% of people join for this business or have had network marketing experience. If you want to find business builders, go back to all the people that enrolled you, love on them, give them the best experience you can possibly give them, a 5-star service, and you develop. So business builders develop from product user to product sharer to business builders. Some people do that in a week, and some people do it in a day, some people do it in 12 months. But what I have found is that when someone starts with me, if I give them the best experience and I develop a friendship, so a true friendship where I'm interested in more than just what day they're on their cleanse and all those things, that those people have become our biggest business builders. The people that have called me and said, Crystal, what's the comp plan? I want to join the business. Where they are long gone from our business. They always, but as soon as the work starts, they're out. But the people who love the products, have a great product experience, are immersed in the culture, know you love and care about them, are the people that when you say, let's get your products for free, let's do a post on Facebook, they won't tell you no, because they want to be on this journey with you and they value your friendship. And then it's all about celebration. So throughout that 30 days, I mean, find ways to celebrate this person in the start group, in your Facebook groups, your private Facebook groups, because when someone posts, you know, when you encourage someone to post their before and afters in a private group and 56 people tell them how amazing they are and they pour love into them, like most people are walking around and have never had that kind of affirmation and attention. Do you know what I mean? Like never had someone pour that much love into them. So I like to start people in our private group because I know they're going to just be so much love poured into them. And then when I say, hey, we should do this on your Facebook, because they've just had such a beautiful experience doing it, they have no problems. Their confidence and belief that it's the right thing to do is way up there. So we love to kind of celebrate and encourage people to post, but also we always respect people where they're at. We're not like, if someone tells us no, we're not hounding them every 5 seconds. We develop and build their belief to know that when it's the right time, we'll be there to support them. And we've got so many incredible events. So I think it's really important that first 30 days to have that experience and get, whether it be a launch party that you're doing, invite them along, whatever your next big event is. I mean, I love inviting people in their first 30 days. Come to this event with me. I really want you to come. I think we'll have so much fun. We'll have lunch and stuff afterwards. Because once you get someone at an event in that, like, I mean, you've been to events, like they're incredible. The energy is just, like unlike anything else. So people just, once someone's immersed in the culture, only one of a couple of things are going to happen. They're going to be a product user for life, which is incredible. And wouldn't we all like more product users? They're going to be so inspired and they're going to want to go and share and duplicate what you've just done with them. And they'll become your biggest business builder. So for us, this is kind of, and what we have developed our kind of system to be when it comes to Facebook and the steps that we follow. But we did it all wrong in the beginning. Oh my God. Those Facebook memories you get? Oh my God, I got a memory the other day. I shared 5 before and afters in one day on my personal Facebook. I was mortified. So you can do it all wrong and make lots of mistakes on Facebook, but if you're coming from the right space, which is service and pouring love into others, and you people, it doesn't matter if you do it wrong and you share heaps of before and afters, people know your heart and they'll never kind of, it'll never be a negative thing from that space. So that's kind of like our 7 steps to social media success and how we connect on social media and how we've kind of developed our skills over the last 2.5 years.
Yay! Crushed it, Crystal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So many gold nuggets you just dropped there. So many gold nuggets. Absolutely loved it. The chat again was just going absolutely off there. So many great takeaways. I haven't even got time to just go through them all, but just check out the chat there. Absolutely awesome stuff. So incredible content on how to connect and build online. But of course, building online is equally as important as building offline. And I now have the pleasure of introducing our next amazing startup ambassador. I mean, she is just such a light for so many people. And I don't know how about you, but is anybody on the chat here working multiple jobs right now? I mean, this young girl, she was working 80 to 100 hours a week. I mean, she was an office nutritionist, a bartender, a personal trainer. She was doing boot camps, and she just felt absolutely burnt out. And she was introduced to Isagenix, and she knew that she was onto something big, and she just couldn't help share this gift with absolutely everybody. And her life looks extremely different to what it would have been. And she loves being part of the Start culture. She loves being part of this incredible movement, this vision that's kind of bigger than all of us. She's just an absolutely incredible ambassador. And I want you to all go absolutely nuts in the chat as we welcome the incredible Lauren Sims.
Hi, thank you so much. Oh, can you guys hear me okay? Okay, awesome, awesome. So I was sitting in my living room. I've got a bunch of my team over here. I felt so bad because I just had my little still picture up, but I am just so excited to be here and just loving this training. And I'm trying to watch the chat and listen to this and take notes. And I'm like, I think I need a second e-shot to keep going for the next couple hours. But I know we've kind of all said it, but Eric, seriously, thank you. Like, I remember my first event in ICU, Kansas City, and I'd been with the company like a couple of weeks, had no idea what was happening, and there was like this website link to like join Facebook, the Start group, and I was like, what? And I was like, oh my gosh, there's another Facebook group. I remember like I'm in so many of these Facebook groups right now, and just watching this evolve in the 3 years I've been with Isagenix. And I just think like you must be such a proud papa of all of your little, you know, Start chicklings that are just catching this vision and loving it. And I'm thinking, like, I'm watching you and Ash in your t-shirts, and we're global and all over the world. I'm like, it's Saturday places and Friday, and, you know, watching everyone together. And I just think it's so cool to have all these like-minded people, you know, that are about service and contribution. So huge kudos to you and you guys, everybody at corporate that's helping us. And Ash, you crushed it. Jillian crushed it. I mean, Crystal and Bruce, it's like amazing. So it's such a privilege to be here with you guys. And I'll tell you just a teeny bit about my story, and then I would love to share with you, you know, how I connect on offline. You know, I think a lot of you, and maybe if you relate to this, you know, you can type in the chat, but are like, what do I do when I run out of my warm market, or no one's writing me back on Facebook? Like, I'm gonna run out of people, and we're never gonna run out of people. I mean, there's opportunity everywhere. You know, I remember my first event, them saying there was like 500,000 active associates, and I was like, there's like a few million people in Denver, and we're in 14 countries. Like, that's such a small fraction of the people in the world that are looking for us, you know? And as long as you know how to talk to them and reach them, you're never gonna run out of people to serve and people to help and people to bless with Isagenix. So Steve, thank you for the intro, but you guys, 3 years ago, I was overwhelmed, I was overworked, I was underpaid. I was actually listening to Ash's story, which I didn't know the details of, and thinking, oh, that sounds really familiar. And if I didn't show up at the clock with any one of my jobs, I didn't make money. And literally the same way, if I went on vacation, I mean, it cost me more to not work for a week than, you know, the trip itself. And those things were just really, really debilitating. And I just turned 30. And I remember thinking, like, if I don't make a change, like, my 30s are not gonna look any different than my 20s, and I refused to stay that way. And so fortunately, Isagenix came into my life. You know, I was not looking for it, it found me. And after turning down this industry for a decade because I never saw a company I aligned with, or I never saw products I could support, or there wasn't a vision, or, you know, I didn't understand this industry, I never wanted to be a part of it, Isagenix came in, and in all of those areas, like, spoke to my heart. You know, I saw the no compromise products, I saw the legacy company, I saw the family company, and, you know, heard that if it wasn't right for the associate, it wasn't right for the company. And there was just so many things that I went from, like, not wanting to tell anybody I was in network marketing to, like, literally screaming about it from the rooftops, because I'd never been more proud and more excited to be a part of anything. So with that being said, I wanted to just kind of briefly, I was gonna play this video, but we weren't able to get all that IT stuff down. I might put it up in the start page for you guys, but it's of this, like, really shy, kind of insecure guy, and he's trying to pick up girls. And he's, like, trying to talk to them and trying to get their numbers, and he's super weird and super awkward. And, you know, I think that's what so many of us feel like when we're connecting in the cold market and we're trying to talk to people, and we're so excited. We know we have this great, amazing gift, but you're like, hi, you know, and I see people do that. And, you know, people were like, can I hang out with you for a day? And I'm like, sure, but we're going to talk to people. And I watched them, you know, talk to a girl at a beauty counter, or talk to a Lyft driver. And it's awkward at first, you know, and we fail forward. So I hope tonight, you know, I can share a few tips and tricks with you to make it less awkward. But I'll tell you, this is honestly one of my favorite things in the business. And much like, or much different than everybody else, I built first, not online. I did not build my business on Facebook because I was so afraid I was going to get fired. Like, I thought my clients were going to, you know, cancel on me. I thought the doctors were going to fire me if they knew I was doing this. I had non-compete stuff with other supplement companies and at 24 Hour Fitness that I was like, nobody on Facebook can know I'm doing this. I was like in the biggest turtle shell that I was doing isogenics, and I wanted it so bad. I was like, well, I got to go find people somewhere that have no idea what I do offline. And so I'm so excited that I was asked to kind of talk about this. But the very first thing when we just get into this, you know, we're talking about don't be weird, you know. I love that, you know, it's already been discussed tonight, but I want to reiterate it. We're in this business to build relationships. You know, I remember one of the first podcasts I listened to was Lynn Hagedorn and her talking about people buy things from people they know, like, and trust. And when you're connecting with people, no matter where it is, you know, you want to get to know them. You want to be genuine. And it's not about a dollar sign. It's not about a number. It's not about an enrollment. It's not about a PIB. It's a person, you know, and when we understand how special Isogenics is and what it can do for them, it's worth taking the time to, like, get to know them and build that relationship. And I think the best way to do that is to really be a master question asker, you know, and I think that it's really important too to kind of know the people that we relate to and the people that we easily connect to. I mean, there's, in my opinion, an unlimited amount of people out there, but for me, because I was used to exchanging time for money, you know, I was used to being in those types of industries, I relate to those people. It's really easy for me to talk to them because there's common ground. I mean, there's moms on my team, and they, you know, really easily connect to moms that want to lose sticky weight, or they want to family income if they're stay-at-home moms or something. And it's kind of like, it's not that I want you to isolate yourself with the people you can talk to, but one of the easiest ways to dive into this is to find your niche, like find people that you just have common ground to, that you can relate to. And so when you're out and about, you know, when you're trying to build these relationships, I'm going to go through like a few examples for you. But I want you to just think about, like, if you weren't selling Isogenics, if you were just going to make a friend, you know, if you were just going to get to know someone, what would be the things you would ask them, you know, and how would you start that conversation? And so I'd never been in network marketing. I'd never been in sales. But in hindsight, I feel like I've been marketing and network marketing my entire life, because I look back and, like, all of my friends go to my hairdresser. All of my friends go to my massage therapist. All of my friends right now in Denver are driving across the state to go to the spa restaurant because I've convinced them they have the best spa in the state, and it's been freezing here, right? And so I was like, what is it that I'm doing? What is it that I'm saying that people are trusting me, or that they want to be a part of it? And I applied that to my Isogenics business. And there's a saying that my friend Jessica Rigner calls excite and confuse, right? You're just so excited about something that people are confused about what you're talking about, but they want to be a part of it, that they're gonna give you their information, right? They want to talk to you about it. But it's really about getting to know them. And just as Crystal was saying, if you can somehow even quickly tap into someone's pain, I mean, they're going to be your best friend for life. So I remember when, you know, I was building really fast, and I was, you know, and going for the ISA Derby. This was in 2014. And I would be messaging people like, oh my gosh, like, I don't know what I'm going to do. And I, you know, wanted to, like, build my business faster. And I would, like, literally go to Costco, and I would go to Whole Foods, and I would, you know, like, go back to the gym. I'd go to a different gym, and I was just trying to find people as quickly as I could. But I would just get to know them, you know, and I wanted to build that relationship and then be able to kind of share what I was saying. So if you want to go to the next slide for a second. One of the things that I learned really early on, and I learned it from Eric, which in hindsight I learned, I think he got it from PETA, but it was all about the law of attraction and really about who you want to have in your business, you know? And so we've heard the sayings, and for all those of you brand new, if you're like, oh my gosh, this girl is speaking Isa Latin, I promise you're gonna learn it, I promise you. But that what you focus on, you find. And so I got really clear on who were the people I wanted to partner with. I knew that I was going to have, like, a permanent home with Isogenics. I knew that this was not temporary. This was not a quick fix. I wasn't coming fast. I wasn't leaving fast. And so I got really clear on the people that I wanted to serve, the people I wanted to help, the people's lives I wanted to bless, and the people I wanted to partner with. And so I learned the saying myself to attract people that are, and I would start to fill in the details, right? I would start to fill in the attributes and the characteristics of who I was looking for, because when I saw them, it made it easy to approach them because I knew exactly why they were showing up in my life. So I would write out every day, I allow myself to attract people that are suffering in silence, physically and financially. Every day I allow myself to attract people that are tired, that are exhausted, that are burnt out. Every day I allow myself to attract people that are looking for a vehicle to change their life. Every day I'm looking, you know, to attract people, to attract trainers that, you know, want to have supplemental income, that want to have residual income, whatever it was. And, you know, today I'm looking to attract people that are positive, that are competitive, that are energetic, that are healthy, that are motivated, or whatever it was. And I would be at a coffee shop and I would see someone, you know, that my mentor would call, you know, the it factor or something. I would see like a spunky person and someone with great customer service and really energetic, and thinking like, oh my gosh, I would want them in my business. And then what do I say to them? You know, how do I talk to them? But it made it really easy for me to even identify who I was looking for, because I had those characteristics clear. You know, I didn't want to have negative people in my business. I didn't want to have Debbie Downers in my business. I didn't want to have people that, you know, I was going to have to convince to want to do this. You know, I didn't want to have necessarily shy people, or, you know, I knew exactly what I was looking for in the type of leaders or the type of friends, the type of people that were looking for our products. And so when I started to attract in people, I quickly wanted to have a conversation with them. And if you guys want to go to the next slide, Eric Worre, you know, he really has this kind of 3-step to success, to being able to connect with someone and gather their information. And we go into business all the time, you guys, to overcomplicate this. And it's really, really simple. You know, if you just are yourself and you have fun with it, but you basically compliment someone and you state your purpose, and then you're asking for the information. And so I'm going to go through a lot of examples here for you in a second. I'm just kind of laying the groundwork for you, because I think that's what's hopefully going to be most helpful for you. But honestly, when I know we have our 30-second story, we probably have our 30-minute story, we have our 2-minute story, but sometimes you've got less than 30 seconds. You don't have time to tell your story. You know, when you see someone that draws your attention, I mean, the way that I got out of my comfort zone so fast was like, oh my gosh, what if I never see this person again? Like, I don't ever want to have a missed opportunity, you know? And I literally was like, what if I never see them? You want to be able to quickly connect to them and say something that intrigues them, that they would be willing to give you their information. And so that 3-step, and I didn't come up with it, I just duplicate it, right? Everything in this business, we're trying to, you know, follow the masters that have gone in front of us. Success, you know, leaves clues, but it's to compliment them, state what you want, and then literally just be okay asking for it, you know? And so if you guys want to go through just a lot of examples for you, and hopefully you can get some of the verbiage that I use, and you can figure out, you know, ways to be successful with this. But people will come to me all the time, and they're like, Lauren, there's this girl at the gym, and we take this thing class, you know, at the same time, and since I've been on isogenics, you know, the last month, like, I've lost all this weight, and she's not getting the results that, you know, I want, and blah, 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 and, you know, what do I say to her? And I'm like, well, you could start by asking her some questions, you know, and you can approach her. And so I will teach my team, like, we'll role play to go up to that girl and be like, hey, I see you in here all the time, you know, like, you know, what's your name? Like, just start with that. Like, we're in here at 6 a.m. every Monday, you know, what's your name? And maybe she's like, oh, my name's Nicole. I'm like, awesome. It's nice to meet you. My name is Lauren. What other classes do you take? What else do you do for your workouts? So this is where you start to peel back those layers and ask questions. And she might say something to me like, this is the only workout I can get in. I'm so busy. I only get once a week, right? Or maybe she's going to say, oh, I do this, and sometimes I go to yoga, and, you know, I do body pump too. Or she's going to start to talk about it. And sometimes you can tell if people are in a hurry, and you're like, they're not interested in a chit chat. I mean, it's literally as simple as like, hey, I am in health and wellness, and I love partnering with people that are that are also interested in health and wellness. Like, I'd love to connect with you. I'd love to go to lunch with you sometime, or maybe we can try out another gym sometime together. But would it be okay if we became, you know, Facebook friends? It's that simple sometimes, you know, and to just really quickly, you compliment them, right? And you say what you're doing, and you ask for their information. So, you know, a lot of times people are like, what do I say? The person's overweight and I don't want to offend them. I'm like, well, don't tell them that then, because you will offend them. But you can see something good in them, and you can see a way that you can still build a relationship or build a connection. And so, you know, guys will say the same thing too. Guys will say, Lauren, girls, you know, guys aren't the same. We don't talk in the locker room like that. You know, we're not going to compliment each other on each other's shoes. Like, what do I say? And I'm like, you can ask questions like, hey, I saw, you know, that you have a sports drink. I see that you have a pre-workout. What is it that you take, you know? And you can literally just say, hey, I'm also into sports nutrition. Like, let's connect on Facebook and share tips. Let's figure out how we can both get great results, right? Like, no one feels like you're selling anything, but you can learn from people as much as they can learn from you. And so if you just kind of follow that flow of complimenting people, but being upfront with what you're doing, you know, I think it's really important that we take a stance and that we're really proud and we're really passionate, you know, and when you're like unshakable, as Ash said, and you are in love with what you want, sometimes even before people are asking you what it is, they're just like, yeah, because they're drawn to you because they can tell that you're confident. They can tell that you're excited about it. So I have successfully enrolled a lot of Lyft and Uber drivers into my organization. And people always want to know how I do this. And this is like a common thing in my team. Like, can I ride around in a Lyft car with you and hear what you say? And I'm like, okay, yes. And the reason I do this is because I've yet to find one that's driving Lyft or Uber. Never found one that like that's what they wanted to do. What I find is they have that job because they want freedom, or they're looking for extra cash, or they want to have a flexible schedule, and that's what they think is getting them out of corporate America, right? But that's not really what they want to be doing. Or like, I know what it's like to exchange time for money. You know, I know what it's like to be on the not be on the clock and not make money, or having to earn an income. That I relate to those people. So that's why I do it, because I know that we have a better way. So I will get in the car. Ideally, we have more than 5 minutes so we can start to talk to them, you know, but, you know, I say, hi, thanks, this and that, you know, are you freezing today? Or, you know, some type of conversation. I like this song before I just dive into things. And I'll just say, how long have you been driving for Lyft? And sometimes they say, you're my first ride. I'm like, oh, awesome. You know, they're like, for 2 years, you know, for 6 months. Like, I don't know. And I said, well, what made you want to do it? And they'll say, because I want to pay off my student loan debt, or I was looking for extra income. And I'll say, do you like it? You know, and some say, yeah, it's great. I meet a ton of people. And some say, not really, but, you know, it pays the bills and it's flexible hours or whatever. And I usually just say, you know what, that I was working a lot of extra jobs to try and make ends meet. If there was a way that you can make this same income from the privacy of your home without racking up all these miles in your car, would you want to know more about it? I've never gotten a no. Ever. You know, sometimes people are like, yeah, absolutely. I'm like, great, what's your name? I'm going to find you on Facebook, or would you mind giving me your number and email? I'm going to reach out to you this week. You know, every once in a while, less than 10%, someone says, well, yeah, what is it that you do? And say, I partnered with a global health and wellness company. You know, we're changing the lives of thousands of people around the world. It's super fun. You know, like, I don't always say it's Isagenics. Sometimes I say I partner with Isagenics, but it's just to be really excited and kind of that excite and confused thing. You know, servers and wait staff, that's my passion. You know, my Christmas Eve dinners used to consist of having my mom and the family come into the restaurant I was working at, because I was never not going to work on Christmas Eve, right? I was like, hey, I booked a table of 10, you guys can all come in and I'm going to serve you guys on Christmas Eve. I mean, that was my story. And so when I connect to servers and wait staff, you know, I'm always asking them questions. Like, we'll go out to eat, and I will just at the end say, you are awesome. Like, you had amazing customer service. And I'm always looking for incredible people like you to be a part of our team, you know? And they're like, really? And I say, yeah, if you're open to it, I'd love to get your name and number and follow up with you this week. I'd love to share some more with you about it. I don't say anything except that they're awesome and I want to connect with them. And people always give it, always, you know. And I will tell you, because I know there's guys out here, and, you know, Jackson just joined us, hi. And they're like, what do I say? Because, you know, women are going to think I'm hitting on them. And I get it. I get that it's a little bit safer for women, but it doesn't mean guys can't do it, right? So you either have to be really professional, or for the guys that are in relationships, leverage your wife, leverage your girlfriend. Like my friend Adam, I'm always like, say like, hey, my wife and I, da 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 da. I was like, get yourself out of the doghouse fast, because I think, I'm like, if I was a waitress and some guy was like, I'm always recruiting, I'd be like, no, thank you, you know? But if you say what it is that you're doing and what you're offering and you're upfront about it, it's just as successful for men, and I promise you. So I'm not going to go through like every single one of these examples, because I, you know, have the clock here and I'm watching it and I want to respect your guys' time. But if you go to the next slide for me, I want to just remind you guys, and even though I'm saying it, like how important it is for you to get their info. You know, a lot of times when people are getting started and they've given their business cards or they've given their information and they're like, no one's called me back. Or they're like, yeah, I gave her my card. And I'm like, well, that's great. You know, that's going to build credibility for you. And I said, but they're not interested in you right now. You're interested in them. Like they're 99.9% probably not going to call you. And it's so, so, so important. I want you guys to practice, you know, like if you're watching right now, like hop in the chat, you know, make a commitment to yourself by Sunday. Like how many people in the cold market are you going to talk to? Like how many numbers are you willing to get, you know, like today, tomorrow, like before the end of the weekend, you know, like I'd love to, you know, get some call to actions right there and just what you guys are going to do immediately. But this is the part where people get really weird, you know, and I watch my team and they're really, really shy to ask for a number. And I'm like, why? Like, are you a bad person? Like, you know what makes it weird? And if you guys have never watched it, I mean, watch Kathy Cooper's video, I mean, how to be a master connector. She's amazing, and she really takes this to not weird level. But I've stolen so many of her lines. Like I use her lines. I mean, she knows what she's doing. You guys follow her, mimic her. But one of the things that she'll say, you know, is when you are out and about and you're experiencing something, is like, you're great at this. You must make a ton of money in the process, you know? And they're like, no. And she's like, oh, would you like me to show you how to make a lot of money? You know, and you guys, it's not about the money. It's one of her many, many successful lines, you know? They're like, yeah, sure. It's like, awesome. Give me your number. I'm going to set an appointment with you this week. When you come from a place of posture and confidence, people want to do it because they trust you. So that's why I said I was going to play this little video, because the guy is just timid. That's the only thing you'll see, is he's shy, he's awkward because he's really insecure and he's not confident. You know, it's not what he's saying. It's just how he's delivering it. And when you can be really, really excited about what you're doing, and you know that you're going to know how to follow up with people in the right way, you're not going to be weird about getting their information. And so just practice, you know, honestly, if people will say to me, like, have you always been that fluid? Heck no, you guys, no. I stumbled over so many things. I was like, whoa, I just offended that person. I probably have no idea what I'm saying. I should leave this room now. But that's the only way you get better. I mean, I didn't ride a bike the first time either. I fell a lot of times, you know, and then you learn to ride a bike. And if you're really committed to building this business and you're really committed to serving a lot of people, there's going to be opportunity everywhere. You know, when you get on a flight, my mentor, Janie Elo, met Kelly Dickerhoof. You guys, if you're on the chat, give some love to Kelly Dickerhoof. They met on a plane because Janie knew how to connect with her and she knew how to follow up with her. You know, she got her information. There's people in my organization that, because I asked them, because they were a wait staff, they were a bartender, they were a limo driver, they were a Lyft driver, whatever it may be, but you have to be really comfortable. And just say, you know, however you announce your business, I'm a health and wellness coach. I have something really amazing to share with you. What's the best way for me to get a hold of you? Email, text, call, Facebook. Like, I give people options, you know, and like, you know, you think about kids and you'll say, you know, do you want to clean your room today? No, right? But if you say, well, which chore would you rather have? Do you want to unload the dishwasher or do you want to vacuum? Then they're going to have to do one. They're making a choice. I mean, our business is the same way. And I'll just say, I'm so excited to connect with you. You know, I'm so excited to reach out to you this week. What's the best way I can reach you? Facebook or email, right? Facebook or phone. Like, give them a couple options that you leave with something. And it's great for you to have information of your own to give them, you know, if they do want to look you up or whatnot, which goes back to everything Crystal said about how important it is to brand yourself on social media if they start stalking you. But it's really, really important. It's really how to follow up. And so the last thing that I'll share with you guys, and somehow I just was realizing this last slide didn't go to you guys, so I'll go a little slower so you can write these notes down if you're not taking screenshots. But people say, okay, well then what do you do next? Like, you have all these numbers, because we'll go to the mall and we'll compliment the beauty girls and the Nordstrom girls and whatever, and we have all these numbers, and they're like, well, now what do we do, right? And I usually text that first, you know, and I'll be like, you know, hey, Eric, it's Lauren. Like, it was awesome. You know, I met you at Nordstrom, if you remember. And they're like, yeah. And I said, I really want to set up a time to chat with you. And they're like, oh, cool. And I set that appointment, right? Then when we get on the phone, I ask a lot of questions, and this is not always a script, but, you know, I start to talk to them and I say, if you remember, I told you you had amazing customer service. You know, I really, really, you know, watched how you took care of people. I saw these great things about you, and I just knew that you would be really special in our organization. And now they're flattered. Their guard is down because you're highlighting what they're really good at. And I'll say, I'm just going to ask you a couple questions. I want to get to know you and see if this is a good fit. You know, on a scale of 1 to 10, where are you at with your health? You know, and I have them just give me a number. And I say, if you were going to change anything about your sleep, your weight, your energy, your mood, your performance, what would it be? Then I'm starting to see what their product goals might be, right? If they have an interest in that, if they're passionate about it. And I say, you know, I really just want to get to know you. If time and money were of no issue, what would you be doing? What's your ideal job? If you could design your day, any day you wanted, what would it be like? And I said, on the smaller schedule, what would a few $100s extra a week or a month do for you and your family budget? And then I kind of work backwards and I wrap it together and I just say, so we're a part of a company that has amazing health transformation products. And as word of mouth distribution, our company gives us incredible rebates, incredible referral bonuses for helping others look and feel as good as you're going to feel. Is this something you're interested in? Is this something you'd want to know more about? And if it's not for them, you guys, it's okay. So, I mean, you'll start to get some of the objections at that point. But if they're just like, yeah, no, I'm not really passionate about health and wellness, or no, I don't want to work for myself. Awesome, right? I'm like, cool. I was like, well, like maybe we should go to lunch sometime, or maybe I'll see you at the gym, or I'll see you back at the restaurant. However I met them, I'm always leaving on a positive note, because you never know when that time is going to change. And I've connected with that person. I want it to be okay. And I say, no worries at all. Sometimes I'll even say, if you know anybody who is, though, I would love your referrals. And that's happened too. I've had someone say, no, it's not for me. But then like a week later, been like, hey, my roommate wants to know about that thing you're doing. You know, like weird stuff will happen, but make sure you end that call in a really positive way, that door is open. And if they are interested, they're like, yeah, that sounds great. I'd love to know more about it. And they're excited and you can hear them changing. At that point, I send one of our tools and then call back with a 3-way call with the intentions to close. You know, just like Crystal was giving us suggestions and, you know, having someone on the phone that relates to them. And then people will say, well, what video is it that you send? And I send the video based on what they told me they were most interested in, right? So if I was on the phone with someone that got really excited about the products and they just poured into me about their health transformations, I'm gonna use something like that, right? If they're really excited about the vision, I'm gonna use one of our awesome start videos. And then I'm gonna let Lindsay do her magic here on what you do after you enroll someone and how to get them all started and what's to come. But I just would encourage all of you guys to reach out. I mean, fail forward. And then 99% of the people that you're so scared to talk to, you're probably never gonna see again anyways. I mean, unless you build that relationship. So don't worry about it going bad, because you're just learning in the progress. And Eric, before you take it back, I would love my team to just come in here and say hi to all of you guys, because this is a huge treat for them to be here with me. So will you guys come in here real fast and just wave and say hi and tell all of these thousands of viewers all over the world hi, and they're about to bust in the doors.
I love it.
Say hi.
That is awesome. Hey, team.
We're having a little bit of fun over here.
That's so cool. Thank you so much, Lauren, for your leadership. I'll never forget when you came up at the end of, I think it was New Year kickoff a few years ago, and you're like, all these, like, I'm going executive, and I got this big group of team here. We're all going executive, and your leadership is just contagious. And what great gems you gave about connecting. And I mean, probably one of the biggest feedbacks that we get at every event is like, I just want to learn a little bit more about how to connect authentically with people. And with what you shared and with what Crystal and Bruce shared, I mean, the chat has been going insane. I mean, this training is off the hook, and I know it's going to just help ignite so many people and improve their posture and what they're saying and doing. But again, as everybody said, it is all about taking what we're applying here and putting it into action, because that's ultimately when you're going to start really building belief in yourself. So thank you so much, Lauren and team.
Thank you.
Awesome. So, okay, so before we get into the next piece of training, just want to go into, we have some winners. We have a winner of our chocolate mint shake. This is our second giveaway of a chocolate mint. We have Gahi Bartels. Gahi Bartels, congratulations. You got a chocolate mint shake coming your way. And now we have 5 people who have now won a coaching call with one of our START ambassadors. So we have Whitney Snitchler, Adam Buksuhazi, or I'm sorry, Adrian Buksuhazi, Damaris Fuster, Nirai Otimi, and Blake Mitchell. So congratulations to all of you. You have now won a 30-minute coaching call with one of our START ambassadors. Our team will be getting in touch with you soon to schedule those. So excited for that. And just want to remind all of you, for your chance to win one of these coaching calls and our chocolate mint shake, hashtag Start Your Life with a photo of you on Facebook, on Instagram. And this is also going towards raising money for our Souls for Souls, donating shoes across the planet to children in need. Now, in order to donate to the children, we need to track those on Instagram. So make sure that you are hashtagging a photo of you and your team members on Instagram to calculate those donations. And again, however many posts we get, that's how much income Isagenix is going to donate in dollars, up to $10,000. So keep those hashtags coming. We appreciate it. Okay, so we want to get into our next segment, which is all about how to enroll, follow up, and set people up for success, and really help duplicate those activities in your team. And I think that there's no better person to train on this subject than this Start ambassador. She is a force to be reckoned with, her and her team. The thing that I love the most is that they're just always having so much fun. Like anytime I see stuff on social media or them doing team activities together, it's just so much fun. And that in itself is contagious and duplicatable. And so she was actually a former optometrist and is now building a massive Isagenix business and changing so many people's lives across the globe. Start ambassador, give it up for Lindsay Hoffer.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Can hear you so good, crystal
clear.
Cool.
Thank you, Eric, for that warm introduction. Our house phone is ringing, and I don't think it's ever rang before, so there's that. It's a joy to be here. Thank you for the introduction, and oh my goodness, Crystal, Bruce, Lauren, Ash, you are hard acts to follow, so I'll do my best. We're a little behind schedule, so we're going to try and play catch up also. But I get the joy tonight of talking to you about follow-up, how to best close, how to get your customers started the right way, how to create that perfect product experience, and then how you can identify or cultivate business builders. So that's the goal for tonight. Follow-up is arguably the hardest and the most difficult task I think we have as network marketers. You have to follow up with people more times than you could possibly imagine when you're sharing Isagenix. And that's where I see so many people fall short. And when I started getting more involved with the business, it's been 2 years now, I should share with you. And when I started with Isagenix, I was, like most, a product user. But when I saw what this opportunity could be for me and my family, we did a lot more research on network marketing, how to grow the business, and the do's and don'ts. And within that, I studied follow-up. What is follow-up in network marketing, and how is this relevant to my Isagenix business? And across the board, you'll find most people recommend following up on the order of 2 days, 2 weeks, and 2 months. And that's a really easy thing to remember as well. So I want to share with you a little bit of what that looks like. A 2-day follow-up is very brief. It's simple and it's to the point. At this point, you have very recently talked about Isagenix with this person. And at this point, you've likely sent them further information. I also hope that at this point, you've already talked with them on the phone or belly to belly in person. The 2-day follow-up is simply, have you had a chance to review the information we discussed? Have you had a chance to watch the videos I sent you? What further questions do you have for me? It's direct and to the point. Don't ever feel guilty about the follow-up. The 2-week follow-up for me is a great place to invite the prospect. So you're reaching back out, whether it's on the phone, email, Facebook Messenger, and you're asking them a question or an invitation. So I've got this online nutrition party we're doing next week. I want to make sure you can come. Or I'm having an in-home tasting party on Friday. I want to be sure you have an invitation. Inviting them to some event, or even better, sharing a company promotion. So if corporate's running one of their very generous promotions, it's free shipping or free enrollment, there's no better time to follow up with someone than that, especially if it's in and around that 2-month mark. Now, there's nothing graceful about this timeline, and it's not always going to be this specific. The thing that I do is I literally write down my prospects and when I've spoken to them last on pen and paper. It works for me, but I've also been told of some team members that use Google Calendar. So they're very active on Google Calendar. They plug in when their next follow-up should be with Mary will say. And that morning when they open up their Google account, it's on their reminders of who they need to contact that day, Mary being one of them, for example. So if you're really tech savvy and you're really into Google and organized, I would encourage you to try that. I'm a little old school with the pen and paper. The key with follow-up is pleasant persistence. For far longer than, again, you'll ever imagine you need to be. That's kindly staying in these people's lives. That's kindly following up. And it's being very pleasant about it. Notice I didn't say pushy persistence. I said pleasant persistence. And there's a big difference with that. The next key to follow up is making sure you have your lists. If we're not actively writing our prospects down on a list, then they are so easy to forget, especially as your organization grows. And you're gonna have fence sitters on your prospect list for longer than you can even imagine. I still have people on my prospect list about 2 years later. I have some, but they're still there and I'm still in communication with them. So I keep 2 lists. One list is a prospect list of people I've spoken to about Isagenix. Either they've inquired about it or we've had a discussion about it. The lines of communication are fully open. The next list I keep is the list of prospects that don't even know they're a prospect yet. This is the wish list, the intentional list. This is a list of people that I like to jot down when they come to mind and I know immediately that this nutrition could bless them or that they would be incredible at this opportunity. By writing those names down, I'm actively being intentional about my communication with them. So whether that's inviting them to play dates or a coffee date or to church or just loving on their Facebook wall or their photos, sending them messages, just cultivating a relationship so that Isagenix has a much greater opportunity of coming up and coming up very organically. So those are the 2 lists I keep. It's not what everybody has to do, but it's what I definitely recommend. And lastly, get really good at asking questions. As Lauren shared, this isn't about us. This is about the prospect that you're trying to help. So getting really good at asking questions, especially those open-ended ones. Your story should never be longer than 30 seconds when you're talking to a prospect because it's not about you. It's about what they need and what you can do for them. I love this saying. I think I first heard from Kelly Dickerhoof, and it is that God gave us 1 mouth and 2 ears, so we should be listening a lot more than we're talking. And the best way to do that is to ask questions and to lead with those questions, and incorporating all of that into your follow-up. So the next thing I want to touch on is closing. Hopefully closing will enter into the picture if you're doing your follow-ups. And sometimes closing is that first conversation. It's immediate. And other times it's going to be on some of those 2-day, 2-week, or 2-month follow-ups that you're intentionally doing with your prospects. Closing for me is almost always on the phone. If I can't be with them in person, then I want to be able to at least speak with them. Your inflection and enthusiasm in your voice means everything. It's real conversation and it's real care and concern when you're actually speaking words. Think of how easy it is to hide behind a screen. It's just as easy for a prospect to hide behind that computer screen, making it easier for them to deny, decline, or put off what you're offering them right now. There's this added element of positive pressure that comes when we're speaking to someone in person or on the phone. So your prospect needs that just as much as you do. And it's a far better way to cultivate a relationship. And how many of you spend way too much time writing emails back or Facebook messages back? I've taken to the Facebook Messenger talk voice because it takes so much less time than it does typing. So as you get more confident on the phone, you're going to revolutionize your time management as well. But closing, again, much more powerful on the phone. You want to focus on what matters to that person. It was, I can't remember who told me the words hot button, but I love that. Find their hot button. In your discussions with this prospect, what is it that drives them? Is it weight loss they've shared with you? Is it wanting to come home to their children? Is it that they want to sleep better at night? But focus on their hot button when you're talking about the products and how they can serve them in your closing. And I love to invite all concerns. And this is a statement I truly use every time I'm talking to somebody. What are the concerns you have that are keeping you from getting started today? I want to be a safe place for my prospects, and I want my prospects to know that any objection or excuse they have is welcomed, and that I want to talk about it and help them work through it. So again, I always ask, what are the concerns you have that are keeping you from getting started today? It almost removes that giant elephant in the room, and they can tell you it's the cost, it's I'm afraid I will miss chewing my food, it's X, Y, and Z, it's all of the things we're so used to hearing. But if you invite that question, you get to talk about it and shift their mindset immediately before they have time to mull it over and convince themselves that their concern is greater than their ability to say yes. And then lastly, after you discuss the concerns, you already know their health goals, right? Because that's what we start with, is knowing what they want to obtain. Then you get to give your recommendation. Remember, you're the expert. I don't care if you've been on IsaGenics for 2 days or 2 years or 10 years, you are the expert. So you give your recommendation. I think about my role in the exam room when I see patients. I'm telling them exactly what they need and what I think, and 100% of the time they trust me. It's no different when we're sharing the health and wellness you can get with IsaGenics. You're telling them all that you know and what you recommend, and the vast majority of people are going to trust you. So I will say, based on our conversation and your needs, this is what I recommend. Here's the price. This is what you get. Sound okay? And that's the end of it, really. And I should mention that when I talk price, I never give the total price for the month. That is so overwhelming. I always give the price per day or the price per shake to put it in context. And that's an important part of the closing. I never want people to think I'm hiding the cost from them. And that can be a scary question for some people to ask. It's like when you're in the store and you don't want to look over at the tag, flip the tag over to see the price because you don't want anyone else to see. Nobody wants to feel as though they're being cheap or worrying about cost. So make sure you share it, but share it in very realistic terms. And for me, I have found that is cost per day. And for the President's Pack, $20 a day, anyone will hear that and that will resonate as so doable. So that's my best advice on how to close. I truly walk around with the motto, I educate, they decide, and I support. So what does that mean? That means that if they decide that this isn't their moment in the journey to start, in their own journey to start, that I still support them. I'm not going to leave them hanging. I'm not going to walk out of their life. I'm not going to never follow up with them. I'm going to support them on their health journey in the way that I can and be a good person and continue to cultivate that relationship, which is what truly grows your business. So remember, you educate, they decide, and you support and meet them where they're at. Okay, so we've followed up, we've closed, and now we've got a customer. We have a new IsaGenics member that we get to support and guide through their next weeks and months ahead. Each customer has a unique health goal, and remember, you should already know it. I know I've shared this with a lot of people, but in the exam room, anytime a patient shared with me their kids' names, their kids' ages, if they were a dog person, what they did for a living, you take those notes on the patient chart so that you can remember the next time you see them, especially if it's going to be a year from that date. You want to make them feel special, and you want to make sure that they know you care. And so my IsaGenics business is no different. I take little notes next to their name on my list of associates, what their health goals are, what they desire, what's hard for them, anything important that they've shared with me so that I can reference that whenever I need. I don't want that to overwhelm anybody, but it's an aspect of my business that has worked so well, hey honey, and has served me really well. Take a genuine interest in their needs. If you don't have a genuine interest in others' needs, I'm going to be really real. This is going to be a hard business for you. You have to care about helping others and serving others in order to find success, especially long-term success in IsaGenics. And enthusiasm. Start every customer off with crazy enthusiasm. You don't ask them if they're scared, if they're worried, if they feel bad. You tell them how awesome they are, how good they're going to feel, and how great this first month's going to be. On day 5, you don't call and say, okay, how are you feeling today? No, on day 5, you call and say, it's day 5. I know you've got to be feeling your best today. Tell me about it. You just tell them they're feeling good. You give them enthusiasm, because that will shift a mindset in 10 seconds flat. And think about your enrolling sponsor. And if they approached you or shared Isagenix with you with enthusiasm or not enthusiasm, most of us can think back to that time, and it was the passion and positivity and enthusiastic voice that our enrolling sponsor said that made us feel, okay, I can start this journey now. So don't ever minimize how relevant that is. And the next step, and this has already been mentioned by all the awesome ambassadors, but welcome them to a team page, to your support page, your product page, whatever that may be. So many leaders have private support pages that I'm sure you're already tapping into as an associate. But in the event that any of you on the call aren't linked to a product support page, start your own. They're fun, they're easy, they're a joy to be on and to create interaction and cultivate community. But that product support page, you guys, is what keeps people going on these products and on their health journey more times than not. Have we all heard from associates, them say and compliment and praise the community that we get to plug them into? We, of course, have our Start Facebook group that anyone in our age range should be added to. But beyond that, that product page is valuable. So please don't miss that step. And then sharing with your customers the pertinent information, the shake day, the cleanse day. I want my customers so ready before their box arrives. I want them taking that 3 days from their order to that box landing on their doorstep for them to understand what a shake day is, understand what a cleanse day is. That support, to me, is priceless. We've talked so much about the IsaBody challenge tonight, but with, like Lauren said, and actually Crystal and Bruce and everybody starts with the IsaBody challenge. So lead by example. Make sure that that's a discussion you have with your new customers. Same with the Healthy Mind and Body. I'm actually going through the program right now and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I see the value in that. So if you don't share with your customers, they're never going to know it's an option. And one of my favorite things to do with new customers is to help them plan. I love laying out what that first week or 2 might look like for them, where their busiest day is, when they should cleanse, how they can incorporate their shakes during the holiday season. If you help them plan once, you will never have to help them plan again. If you teach them from the beginning and right off the bat and offer your support and guidance, they're going to get it and they're going to run with it. And they aren't going to need you every step of the way. So helping them plan, gosh, that makes them feel special. That makes them feel so good that you care enough to know when their first cleanse day is going to be. And then this is a recent bit of advice that I've been given, and it's brilliant. I don't know why I never thought of it sooner, but I cannot take credit. But giving your new customers a back office tour. So hopping on the phone with them for 5 or 10 minutes and walking through, this is how you log into your account. This is how you manage your auto ship and place an order. Those are the basics that that truly will help anybody. And I think back to when I started, that would have been a really cool thing. Most of us are tech savvy in our generation that we can figure out websites like that. But in the event that you've got somebody that's a little leery, or you think you worry about them not utilizing the back office to its full potential, by all means, make sure you just hop on and walk them through it. So when I was asked to share how I start customers or new associates off, that's exactly the steps I go through. I hope that helped. But we get to move on to the really fun stuff. Starting with a customer, the most important thing, which you have 100% control over, is facilitating a positive product experience. And from that positive experience, I believe you're going to find one of 2 things, and they're both beautiful things. Person number 1 or customer number 1 is going to become a lifelong customer for you. Within this category, these customers make up the foundation of your business and truly what residual income means for us. We know that the statistics from IsaGenics are approximately 80 to 82% of your team, your associates, will be product users, lifelong customers, and we value them. We always want more of them, and we want to cultivate that as much as you can. But in the same breath, you want to be able to identify who the business builders may be. Now, we know that business builders are a really wide range, right? You might have somebody that shares a few times, and you might have others that just take it to the top of IsaGenics. But regardless, they all start out the same. They all start out as product users that had an amazing experience and realized what this opportunity could be for them. I'll go as far to say that these are people that have entrepreneur minds. These people that have been successful in life prior to IsaGenics. When I'm trying to identify who I should work with and who I could link arms with, these are the things that I'm thinking about. Do they have a good work ethic? Are they a committed person in general? They're loving the products. I know they're talking about them. It's time to take it another step further and start sharing more of what we know this opportunity can be. Business builders are the key to long-term and increasing residual income, right? So it's what we desire. We want to give everybody this life of freedom we're experiencing. But like Crystal said, there are not that many of them out there, so you never want to miss one. So we're going to talk a little bit how to identify them and what we do with them when we found one. The first thing I do with anybody, again, I've identified them as a successful person, hard work ethic, an achiever mindset, loving the products, having an amazing experience. I want to build a dream for them. I have to say, and most of you will agree, in your day job or school, wherever you're at right now in life, is dreaming part of it? I used to kind of laugh at this when I was early in IsaGenics. What is everyone talking about dreams for? I just was in the rut. I was in career suffocation. It was hard to see that I could dream. I loved listening to everybody else's dreams. And it was really my enrolling sponsor and very good lifelong friend, Laura Stevens, that planted the seeds of what dreaming really means. And that is what creates excitement, and that's what stimulates action. So build a dream for them. Talk to them about their why, what residual income would do for them. Just ask them that magic wand question, right? If time or money were of no consequence, what would you be doing right now, today? And see what they say. The next most important step is sharing the compensation plan. I have to tell you, I agree with everything Ash said. If you share the compensation plan with somebody and they don't lose sleep over it or come running to your door just ready to dive in, then they don't get it. And they need to watch it again. The amount of sleep I lost over it was completely mind-blowing to me. The limitlessness of it and the fact that anybody could do this was so attractive to me. And I was a person sitting there with a career. It's not as if my life depended on it. But that compensation plan video hit home. And there's so many out there, you guys. You can YouTube, and there's some great leaders in IsaGenics that have shared the compensation plan at corporate events, and it's been recorded. There's also Jim Coover's 50-minute one, IsaGenics Business, that I personally prefer to share with everybody because the man is brilliant. And it's music to my ears every time I hear it. And I literally tell people, listen, this is 50 minutes. You need to sit down and commit to this. But after you watch it, we'll meet and we'll answer all of your questions. Walk through what it means to be paid daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly. It's mind-blowing. Do you know the amount of people in network marketing that only get paid monthly? When I share that we get paid weekly in IsaGenics, minds are blown. Heck, as an optometrist, I was only paid once a month. So it's so cool that we get to share these valuable tidbits of our compensation plan that, again, in anybody with an entrepreneurial type mind is going to lend them to becoming a business builder even faster. Be open with your own story. Be open with your success. Be open with your dreams. Maybe you've just started and your success so far has been a few $100s with IsaGenics. Well, first of all, you're never going to meet anybody who doesn't want to earn a few $100s, right? So that's powerful to share. But you also can share your dreams. You can share the stories of your leaders, your predecessors, whatever it may be, but be open with that, because those honest figures and that honest change in your life is going to attract those business builders. And then lastly, you want to get in action alongside of them. I'm going to be very real. There's very few people in Isagenix that have done remarkably well that did not have a leader before them do well. There's very few people that business build at an incredible and beautiful rate that didn't have guidance from someone before them. So what does that mean for you? That means that you have to be that person for your team. Every single one of your associates and customers deserves to have that person before them. And if you aren't cultivating success, then they aren't going to cultivate success. And linking arms with them and getting in action alongside of them is the answer to just having them take off on an incredible rocket ship to success with Isagenix. Very few will pursue the opportunity without a leader. But in the same breath, we don't want to lead the wrong people. You don't want to drag that sack of potatoes. I'll never forget Kathy Coover on stage. I can't remember, this might have been when we were in Hawaii, kicking a pretend sack of potatoes or bag, or just kicking it to the curb because you don't need it. So link arms with those that are willing and wanting and get it. And those are the people that you match energy for energy with as you're starting to help them grow their business, which in return grows your own business. So to wrap up and to summarize what we've just talked about the last few minutes is care about serving, care about people, care about others' needs, their hot buttons, their goals, their desires, their concerns, and their excuses. Care about all of that to have success with Isagenix. I get asked all the time what the secret is, the secret sauce, you name it. I know so many leaders in Isagenix get asked that. And if there's any secret to be had for me, it's consistency. I see way too many businesses fail or never take flight because of the inconsistency. I knew how deeply I wanted this opportunity to change my life, that I was willing to commit consistent time and action steps every single day, growing and learning, prospecting, talking, networking. The consistency is key. That might be for you 10 minutes a day, 7 days a week. But I hope it's more than that. What I don't want to see is an hour on a Monday you spend on your Isagenix business, and then you don't even log into your back office until Saturday. That will never grow the business to the desire that you probably want it. Next, follow-up is the biggest challenge most will face in network marketing and in Isagenix. Again, you have to follow up more times than you can possibly imagine, and there's some pretty awesome statistics out there about network marketing, but I believe the average amount of people, the most people to say yes to an opportunity, it's the 12th time they've heard of it. The 12th time. Can you identify people that you haven't followed up with 12 times? I think we all can. I know I can. And next, leaders always go first. It's going to be hard to cultivate business builders if you're not one yourself. So think hard about that. And if you're not a business builder yet, whatever that definition is for you, become one. Become one as quickly as possible, and you'll start to attract those around you. And lastly, we have filled you with advice and tidbits and thoughts. We've probably overwhelmed a lot of you tonight. But at the end of the day, you have to find what works for you. Listening to advice and being coachable is of paramount importance in Isagenix. And we're spoon-fed it left and right from amazing leaders and training tools that corporate literally gives us. But you have to do you, and you have to find what works for you. So let that trial and error process be fun. Give yourself grace. Just whatever you do, remain consistent with it. I hope you all have learned a great deal tonight. We have a couple more fun things in store for you, including a really valuable panel. I always take the most notes during a panel, but I get to turn the mic back over to someone who I admire greatly, and I'm very grateful for his friendship. Eric, are you on?
I'm here, Lindsay.
Good.
Thank you so much. What an incredible job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for just sharing. And you're just so, I just love your energy is just so calm and soothing.
I can't sit.
No, but it's so good. I mean, it's just like you can see why people just resonate because you just speak with so much clarity and purpose. And I know that so many people are taking so many aha moments away from this. And I know the chat's going off. And just thank you. Thank you so much.
Eric, I appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to be moving into the final part of the Start Online University. I mean, if this training has just been epic, make some noise in the chat right now. I mean, it is just so incredible. I can't wait to see just the belief that's built and the results that come just from the knowledge that these Start ambassadors are sharing tonight. And maybe just in the chat right now, if you want to just post some of your biggest takeaways that you've taken away from Lindsay, from Lauren, from Ash, from Crystal and Bruce. Such good stuff. Just post your #1 takeaway that you've had so far. We'd sure appreciate hearing from you. I get to give away our final thing of chocolate mint shake. The final canister of chocolate mint shake is going to Juliana Tariquia Ribeiro. Juliana Tariquia Ribeiro, congratulations. Chocolate mint shake coming your way. And then our final coaching calls with our Start ambassadors, 30-minute coaching calls. We're giving away the last 5 right now. We have Katie Barham, Esther Harris, Hannah McCrae, Christy Ellsworth, and Ronaldo Jackson. So congratulations. All of you will be receiving a 30-minute coaching call with one of our Start ambassadors. Our team will be getting in touch with you. Thank you to our ambassadors for volunteering their time and their energy to coach some people on the chat tonight and viewing in. Just one quick reminder, if you're just joining us, we are raising money for the charity Souls for Souls. That's SOLES 4 and then Souls SOULS.org. Every time you post a picture of you or your team watching the university with hashtag #StartYourLife on Instagram. Instagram is where we are collecting the numbers for this. Isagenix is donating $1 for every picture posted on Instagram using hashtag #StartYourLife. So if you haven't already done so, keep those coming so we can continue to raise more money and donate more shoes across the world for children in need. So thank you so much for doing that. We've already got the Instagrams going off right now. Pretty exciting just to see where everybody is having their watch party, or if they're just like, I've seen people just watching on the beach. I've seen people packing people in their living room. So thank you so much for your contribution and for tuning in. So for this last segment, I see Steve's back with us, and he's going to be hosting a rock star panel. I don't know if anybody noticed the little wave of fire that we recently got in the last few minutes, but Audrey McLeod has just joined us, bringing the heat from Tennessee. And then, of course, we have Jackson Rockstar Parr, the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend. Foxy, I'll turn it over to you for the panel.
All right, thanks, mate. Well, I tell you what, I was sweating bullets there. Me and Jessica behind the scenes were scrambling to get that connection back, but glad I'm back on, and thanks for kind of filling in the time for me, Kubi. So Audrey and Jackson, thank you so much for joining me. It's always such a pleasure to have both of you kind of doing our kind of panel together, because you both have so much gold to share. So I'm going to get straight into this. So Jackson, you're the master at this. I mean, throughout the whole of our Start Online University today, we've been kind of talking about objections. So I might just throw it over to you to cover 3 of probably our most common objections that we hear a lot with Isagenix. So first one up is around the price point, when You introduce this to IsaGenics. I introduce IsaGenics to somebody, and somebody turns around to you and says, oh my gosh, this looks just amazing, but it's just too expensive. How do you handle that?
Yeah, can you hear me, Foxy?
All good and clear.
Okay, cool. And Audrey, jump in, we'll just chat about this. But whenever it comes to objections, before we go into the specific ones, I just want people to know, because I always try and teach my team, where at the start, like 3 years ago, I sucked at overcoming objections, and I would have 9 out of 10 people tell me no. Now I've spent 3 years and I think I'm pretty good at it, and now I have 8 out of 10 telling me no. So I hope for all the new guys watching, you find kind of, I guess, peace in that, because if someone says no, yes, we're going to go into how to overcome objections and how to get better at it. But if someone tells you no, it's not that you're doing something wrong. It's not because you're a failure. It's not because you're cursed. It's not because network marketing doesn't work or anything of these stories that we make up in our head. Just know that Audrey's very good at overcoming objections, yet we get more no's than yeses as well. But in saying that, there are little things that we can do to get better. And so I'm sure Audrey's the same, the price objection, it's too expensive, I can't afford that. That's the most common one I still get to this day. And my belief is the biggest misconception when it comes to IsaGenics is people think, when we're talking to them about it, they think it's an on top of expense. So they think, most people are living paycheck to paycheck. I know I was. So when we bring up IsaGenics to them, they imagine it that, well, they already don't have money and now they've got to spend more money. And of course, that's going to make people feel like they can't do it. So I always like to explain the price. And I think Crystal touched on it, where if you go to isagenicspodcast.com and type in Chris Harder objections, there's an amazing podcast that's going to go over it really well. And this is where I learned it. But it's just educating people that IsaGenics isn't an on top of expense. Most people are already spending this money, but they're spending it in areas that aren't serving them. So they're already spending money on their breakfast and their lunch and their coffee and alcohol and energy drinks and snack bars and chocolate and whatever it is. And they're already spending this money, yet they look like crap and they feel like crap, because that's what they're telling us. So I always break it down into just opening their eyes that you're already spending this money, but we're going to redirect it. That's the big word. We're going to redirect it into this, and you're actually going to start feeling better and looking better. And so the isagenicspodcast.com Chris Harder objections breaks through that. It's like a 40-minute podcast, so it's a long podcast, but it's so worth it, because that will be your #1 objection, I believe, that you'll ever come across. So investing the time to learn how to do that properly, it's how you can help so many people realize that they do have the money. Because at the end of the day, my belief is it's not about the money. Because I know if I'm talking to Audrey and she says she can't afford a presents pack, but I tell her, what does Audrey love? Audrey loves tanning on beaches. So I tell her, well, if you bring me $600 by tomorrow night, you're going to get this 5-star expenses paid trip to Australia. She's going to have $600 by tomorrow night, because that's what she values. So it's never 99.9% of people we speak to, when they say they can't afford it, it's actually not the truth. Because if you offered them something like a Ferrari for $600, they're going to have the money. So it's about really getting to understand what they value and showing them the value in IsaGenics.
And actually, I'm going to just say something as well. Hi, I'm so happy to be here. I just want to say as well, the way that you position yourself when you talk about IsaGenics and when you talk about the price is the way that people are going to receive it. So in the beginning, and I know so many of you are so new, and it's amazing that you're on this training because you're getting so many things. But when you're new and you're just beginning, you're building that confidence and you're building your belief in everything, in IsaGenics and network marketing. But the way that you speak about the price and the way that you position yourself even before you go into a conversation, that plays a bigger role than even the numbers that come out. So if I come out and I'm like, yeah, the value pack is $559, people aren't going to take me that seriously, and they're not going to really see the benefit and the value of what IsaGenics is. But when I'm on the phone with somebody or I'm in person with somebody and I say, the starter pack is only $559 and you're getting food for 2 meals a day for an entire month. And not just that, but there's an amazing compensation plan with it where I can show you where you can get your products for free. And I can also show you that there's an amazing vehicle to where dreams can become your right into the compensation plan. I love the comp plan. I'm all about the comp plan. It's amazing. It's freedom. And that's what people love. And so price objections in yourself. You are the professional. You know that this is a gift that the world needs. So when you speak with boldness in what we have, it will change and shift the entire atmosphere, that person that you're even talking to. And when you show them the compensation plan, they'll want to enroll right then and there.
Love it, love it. I think Lindsay shared it before, you know, when you break it down, you said it, Jackson, to redirect that money and you break it down to like what it costs for a shake, what it costs per day. I think that's an absolute gold key there, so I love that. So how about the old objection, oh my gosh, is this one of those pyramid things or a network marketing model? How'd you overcome that one?
Yeah, so at the start, my way of dealing with that was I'd get really fired up and a bit, you know, stick my chest out and have a bit of ego. I'm like Foxy, if I was talking to you, I'd be like, nah, mate, you're in the freaking pyramid scheme. You've got a boss and blah, blah, blah. And I'd rip into him and I'd feel really good about it and I'd win the argument, but it wasn't growing my business. And a lot of time it was hurting a relationship as well. So, but I had to learn that the hard way. So now I've my experience is there's 2 types of people that are going to ask that to you. So there's going to be one type of person where they're going to ask that because they just think that's it. And they might have heard it from their uncle or whatever it is, but they genuinely think, oh, is that a pyramid scheme? And with practice, you'll be able to sense if that's just the place they're coming from. And if they are, then it really is just coming from a place of education. And the thing that I learned now, instead of ripping into them, I always just simply get my breath. I'm like, oh, what's a pyramid scheme to you? And then they can't really tell me what they mean. And then I kind of just educate what it is. And my favorite thing to do is I ask, well, are you open to watching a video that explains what exactly network marketing it is? And if they are open to that, if you type in network marketing Mythbusters into YouTube, our very own David Wood does this awesome, I think it's 14-minute video. It just explains network marketing like transparently. This describes how it's done the right way, the wrong way, these amazing financial minds, and you know why they support network marketing. Anyone that watches that with an open mind, you can't not watch that and want to be a part of it. So they're the one side. The other side I've learned doing this for a few years is there are going to be people out there that ask you that. They're just trying to get a reaction out of you. They're trying to fire you up. They're trying to, you know, poke you or whatever. And this is just what I do. Whenever I feel like someone's doing that to me, I'll say something like a smart ass kind of thing, because I want to, when it comes to that instance, I just want to protect my time, my energy, because that was when I was growing this business. That was what would throw me off course the most. It was when people were trying to take a go at me or take a go at IsaGenics or network marketing or whatever. I hadn't built that muscle yet to deal with it. So if Foxy, you're just saying, oh, you're in one of those pyramid schemes, aren't you? And I know you're just trying to get a reaction. I just say, yeah, mate, I'm at the top. It's the best. And I just change subject because I'm not going there with you. I'm not giving you what you want. And usually when you say something like that, you have no response because that's what you wanted to say. You wanted to make fun of me. And so when I make fun of myself, you're like left with your foot in your mouth kind of thing. Audrey, what about you?
No, I agree. Good job, Jaxie.
Jackson, I love that you shared using one of the videos as a tool, and you're actually the master of duplication, and we're gonna talk about that just a little bit later on. So Audrey, let's talk about some sticky spots in the business right now. So I know one that comes up quite often. I know you've kind of maybe had this in your business, or you've kind of felt this on your journey, that you get to a certain rank and you feel like you've arrived and you kind of switch off, or you go into management mode, and yeah, like how do you kind of just get past those kind of glass ceilings?
So I think it's I think that there's two things that I really want to share on. When you get into management mode, it really ends up just being complacent mode. And when you just end up becoming complacent, it's because there are areas in your life and your mind isn't growing. And when you're constantly plugging yourself in to podcasts or personal development, your mind continues to grow, which causes yourself to want to take action. And I am just sharing from my own personal experience of times where my business is stalled, and it's because of just like managing. And then I looked at, what am I doing to grow myself as a person? What am I listening to? What am I putting into my mind every single day? And the moment that I begin to get on a fired up podcast is the moment I get off of that podcast and straight into action. The second thing is when your business isn't growing, a lot of times we can look at ourselves and we shift the entire perspective on ourselves, and it becomes all about me, 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 me. And it takes away from the reason why we ended up getting into IsaGenix to begin with. Yes, it was because of the products. Yes, it was because we saw financial freedom, but it's really because of the people. We're here to serve and to give and to love in the biggest and the most grandest way. And when we put others before ourselves, obviously you guys know that that's the way that your team grows, and that's the way that you grow. So when you put others' vision and other people's goals above yourself, there's more of a tug and a pull to want to continue growing. So when you have those stalling moments in your business, which you will have, it's easier to keep the momentum going than to stop. And James and I just moved to Knoxville, and there's a train track right outside of our window. And I see this train going all the time. And when the train is moving, it's so much easier for the entire train to get through that part of Knoxville that we live in. But when it stalls and it slows down, it takes so much energy to just keep it going again. So when you have the momentum and you hit consultant and you open up the doors for residual income, don't stop there. This isn't about you. Keep growing your mind through personal development. It's amazing what can happen the more that you grow. Keep your eyes on other people's goals. And when you hit a rank, use the momentum and the excitement and the energy to propel you forward, so that when you hit Crystal Manager and you get that $250 bonus, your eyes are on Crystal Director. And when you get a $750 Crystal Director bonus, you're continuing to go and hit Crystal Executive. So use the momentum. Continue to grow yourself as a person and look at other people and what you can do to invest in them, and you won't have those stalling moments in your business. And if you do, use those and get into action, and it will shift and it will change immediately.
Yeah. So I think even Ash shared before, we only grow our business to the extent that we grow ourselves, and it's so true. And I love the way you always plug into stuff and get yourself fired up to keep yourself moving. It's so awesome. So another thing you and I have been talking about, Audrey, is you've been intentionally focusing on product and stepping people and coaching them through the products. And I know we've had an amazing kind of product kind of section throughout today. So can you just talk a little bit about how you kind of do that, how you coach people through the products? And
yes, I love this, because I've been learning so much more about product coaching, because I'm all about vision and business and all of that. So I'm loving this because I've been learning so much. The voice texting is the gold to product coaching. So one of the things is that product coaching is extremely important, because 80% of the people in IsaGenix are product users. And if we can give our product users, just like Lindsay was saying, a great product experience, then our retention in our organization is going to be a lot higher. And not only that, but the more people who love the product, they're going to stick with it. And then people are going to see the results, and they'll end up, you can drip on them, and they can end up becoming business builders. But what I like to do with my product users, just to kind of just second what Lindsay was saying, I like to voice message them. I like to voice message them when they get their box. When they get their box, I say, hey, have you gotten your box yet? I'd love to give you a call and to walk you through what your day is going to look like. I know that if you are on here, you know how to put a shake inside of a blender, but some people don't. And when you take the time to invest 15 minutes to call them on the phone and to show them that they're going to take their Ionics in the morning and that it has adaptogens in it, you're building trust with them. And that trust causes longevity because they're going to believe you and they're going to know that your intentions are for them. So the more that you build that trust with them, the more that they're going to listen to you, what you're saying. So I walk them through their product box. And then I know I'm going to say, when is your first shake day? You're going to love the way that you feel. Oh my gosh, it tastes so good. I get so excited. 4 years in, I'm like, yes, chocolate shake this morning. And I get them excited because this is so exciting. They're putting in the best food in their body. And then when I know when their shake day is, I send them this voice messenger and I say, hey, Susie, I know you're starting your first shake day. I can't wait to see your results. Just wanted you to know that I'm cheering you on. Send that. And then I'm done. And when they're on their cleansing days, then I text them or I voice message them and I say, hey, I know you're on your cleansing days. I just want you to know you're releasing those toxins. Drink tons of water, eat your IsaDelights. You're getting rid and flushing your body and all of the good is going in and you're getting the bad out. I'm so proud of you. And I just did that voice message where I voice messaged someone instead of texting them. And she texted me back and she said, I needed to hear your voice because I wanted to quit. And there will be so many people and so many product users that will want to quit because of this excuse and that excuse and that excuse. But it's because of you and your love and your excitement and your belief in them that is going to cause them to want to stay. And so that's why coaching your product users throughout the first 30 days is extremely important. Texting them, asking them, hey, aren't you feeling so great because of your shake? Hey, how's everything going? Are you eating enough food? I had a girl who was only drinking 2 shakes and a piece of turkey the other day. That's not enough food. And so I got on the phone and I got to help her with that and she was so grateful. So with your product users, understand and know that you're making an investment in them so that when they have a good product experience, you will have better retention because they're going to continue to reorder. And when you drip on them about how great they're feeling and how their friends and their family how would your friends and family feel? You're dripping on them and they can ultimately end up becoming business builders. So that voice messenger is amazing because people can hear your passion versus just sending a random text.
Love it, love it, love it. And it's so powerful, Audrey. I love that. Yeah, I know you've had such great success this last couple of months by doing that. So cool stuff. So Jacko, you and me, mate, were on a panel the otty week up at University Action in Brisbane. And I thought, God, we have to do this on this Start Online University. And you really are, mate, the master of duplication. So can you share with the peeps on the line today who are tuning in, what are some of your kind of top skills in duplication and what are some of the tools that you use to allow you to just have that kind of momentum in your business?
Yeah, thanks, Foxy. Just trying. So definitely not a master, but that's definitely what I'm working towards, and it's something that's always been in the forefront of my mind. It's what I'm definitely striving for, because to me, duplication is about time freedom, and that's why I wanted to do Isagenix, and that's why I think a lot of people want to do Isagenix. It's because of time, and sometimes you can get in here and you see people making so much freaking money and all these ranks and trips and all this stuff that you can kind of get caught off guard and you start to focus on something else, but you forget why you really started this business, which is to have more time. So to me, I shared at this panel, and how I self-regulate myself or self-check in with myself is I'm always asking myself, are people saying, man, if Jackson can do this, I can do this? Or are they saying, far out, I could never do what Jackson does? And if they're saying that, I could never do what Jackson does, I'm not growing my business, I'm hurting my business. And so I'm always striving for people to say, if Jackson can do this, I can do this. Or if you ask all on my team, they're more aggressive with that. They're like, far out, if this idiot can do it, I can do it, because you just want to keep things so simple. I know Crystal, that was on the call before, was definitely thinking that when we met. So yeah, duplication to me is all about saving time, because I feel like I'm a lazy hard worker, where I definitely work hard and I put in the effort and energy, but I'm also lazy. So I couldn't be bothered to explain to people what's in the product, or I couldn't be bothered to explain who John Anderson is and all this. I couldn't be bothered. I want to do other things with my time. So that's where tools, videos, IsaGenix Health comes in. So when you're asking top, I guess, tips or whatever, I still, to this day, I do not know how to explain what it is that I do or IsaGenix. If someone asks me, what do you do or what's IsaGenix, like, I get awkward because I'll be like, oh, it's a conscious health, you know, it's holistic. Like, I don't know, like, I get awkward because I'm so used to just using a video to explain it. So we've kind of gone over the videos and all that stuff before, but videos are how I, like, before I get on a three-way call, I want them to see a video because same thing, I'm that lazy hard worker. I don't want to get on a three-way call with Audrey and answer basic questions. I don't want to waste my, not waste my time. Yeah, it's wasting my time. I don't want to waste my time answering what a shake day is, what a cleanse day is, all this stuff where I want to use a video. So before I get on a three-way call or I call someone, because that's been the biggest game changer for me that Ash Good got me on, is calling product users. I never used to do it, but now before that, I make sure they watch a video that covers the basics, the fundamentals. So then when I get on the call with someone, I'm going over specific things like how can they use IsaGenix because they work night shifts, or you know, specific things like that. Another thing that is duplication, I feel like, and it saves a lot of time because that's what duplication is to me, is if you go to isagenixhealth.net, there's a tab at the top left corner that says new ? Start here. And when I enroll anyone, I'm like, I enroll you, Foxy, mate, I'm so excited for you. You just invested a lot of money into your health. What I'm going to do is send you this link, and it's your responsibility to go through this and learn what it is you've actually paid for. And so when I call you in a few days, you're going to know all the basics and fundamentals, and we're going to be able to talk about specific things together. So those are some tools, I guess, I use to kind of get that duplication. And that's where it comes back to what I started with, is that's why everyone in my team looks at me and knows they can do what I do, because anyone can send a video, anyone can, you know, send that link, things like that. And you just always want, that's the biggest thing that helps me, is just that self-check-in with yourself. Are people looking at you and saying, if you can do it, I can do it? Or are they looking at you and saying, oh my God, you're amazing, you're incredible? That feels good, but it doesn't grow your business. What else did you want me to go over from that panel, Foxy?
I think that was kind of it, to be honest with you. It's just really kind of leveraging your time and leveraging the tools.
Hello? Did I freeze or did you freeze?
I think Foxy may have
I'm back again.
Frozen. Oh, he's back. It's okay. All good.
Yeah. So Jack, I just love that you actually just spend that time. You leverage your time. You leverage the tools that IsaGenix already provides, and it just duplicates massively in your business. And when I look at your numbers, I look at your growth. You're consistently moving, consistently growing. So it's absolutely working. So Audrey,
let me just jump in one more thing. So you know this, Foxy, more than anyone. I have the worst memory in the entire planet. Like, I can't remember when we're supposed to meet. I can't remember people's names. I have a horrible memory. But if you give me any situation of anyone, I can automatically think of a video to send or something that will relate to them. You tell me someone wants to grow a business and they've got a lot of kids, I automatically think Brett and Sammy's millionaire video. If you tell me someone's a naturopath, I think of Jen Jeffries. If you tell me someone has a big weight loss goal, I think of the 100-pound comp video. And so my point is, even though I have a horrible memory, I can still remember all these things. And it's because I've just put in the time to watch these videos over and over. And it's not that hard. Like, I have a very big business, successful business, and it's just because I've watched a lot of videos over and over to the point where I can remember them. So now whenever I meet anyone, I can think of anything. And I was set up the right way, and hopefully you can pass this on to your team, or if you've been like looking at things the wrong way, you can correct it today. Where when I first started, Jen Patch, our #1 income earner in Australia, she got on the phone with me, never met her in my life, and she said, Jackson, it's going to take you about 15 hours to go through IsaGenix Business and IsaMovie. You have to do that before you start talking to people. And she explained it like McDonald's. If you were given a McDonald's, you don't just open your doors tomorrow and start cooking Big Macs. You spend time to go through the policies and procedures or the manual or whatever it is. And she said, it's the same thing with this. So my first week, I invested a lot of time watching the videos, going through it. So that's why now I can just, even though I've got the worst memory, I can remember tools like that because of the practice. And I treat it like a business from the start. And I went through it, and I looked as it's my responsibility to go through and know what I have at my disposal. So if you don't know what your videos you are, try and get out of that story of, oh, well, my upline didn't tell me what video is up there or whatever it is. Like, take that responsibility. Well, it's my job to go out and find what videos we have. Cool. Go back to Audrey.
Check out the tools, peeps. All right, Audrey, I want to move it along a little bit. So I want to talk about creating a great culture and a community within your team. And I know you're just so great at doing this. So what are some of the things that you do? I mean, you love the Start community, it's a given. But what are some of the things that you do with your peeps to have that fun, to have that culture, have that vibe throughout your organization?
Yeah, well, I love everything about having fun. So I'm all about get-togethers all the time. So I really love bringing people together. There's something really powerful about Google Hangouts and Zoom calls for those that are out of town. But when you begin to grow your team and you're growing your team in your little city, one of the things that I love to do is I love to invite people to come to where I live. I say, hey, come, bring a dish. Let's have game night. Or, hey, get a group of people together and like, let's go ice skating, or let's go to the roller rink, or let's do something fun together. What I've noticed, no matter what you're doing, if you bring people together and you just have fun, Isagenix is going to organically come up in conversation. But I've noticed that so much of the drive that happens inside of people is just by being around positive, life-gifting people. And if you're on this call and you're thinking to yourself, okay, I don't really have a team at all. This doesn't really resonate with me. Well, you are going to have a team if you decide that you're going to have success in Isagenix. And when I decided that I was going to become one of the youngest millionaires in this company, and I was 22 years, nobody in Knoxville, Tennessee had ever heard of Isagenix. I did not go to college. I did not have a college degree. I had never heard of network marketing prior to Isagenix, but I had a vision, and I said, I can't quit because I'm saying yes for the thousands of people that are coming after me. So if you're thinking, well, I don't have a team. I can't have a get-together. I can't go to the roller rink. I started with not having get-togethers and not going to roller rinks either, but I made a decision that I was going to be the person to start all of that. And I just began. And one of the greatest ways for you to just continue with community when you don't have that in-person interaction yet is by doing Zoom calls and plugging in with the Start community. It starts with you getting to know other like-minded individuals so that your mind grows, which will cause your income to grow, which will cause your influence to grow and your community to grow. So by you making a decision, you're already beginning those stages of having a really large organization to where you can have get-togethers all the time. But for me, I love having fun, so I love getting together. James would be like, Audrey, we can't have people over tonight. I'd be like, why? Let's do it every day of the week. So that's what I like to do.
Awesome, guys. Awesome, guys. So just very, very quickly in closing, what would be, both of you, your top 3 kind of tips or skills for kind of just supporting your team and pouring love into them, just super quickly?
Go, Audrey. Ladies first.
Okay. Pouring love and belief into my team. I have 3 different lists that I go to every single day. I have a product user list, I have a personally enrolled list, and I have a business builder list. And on that list, I pick 3 people every single day to send a voice message to, or either on Facebook or in a text message, and I just love on them and tell them who they are. You are amazing. I tell them where they are going. You are going to the top of this company. You are going to have success. You are going to get out of your 9-to-5 job. Whatever their goals are, I'm speaking that into existence over their life. And I call forth those things that they want to see happen in their life. And I'm constantly affirming that over them, because the more that you affirm that over them, the more that they're going to end up believing it. So I build belief by going to those lists, and I pick 3 people every day, and I say, okay, this is the person that I'm going to love on. And I just send that, and it goes so much. So that's one of the things that I do. Jax, your turn.
To save time, I'll just edify what you say. It's so powerful. I'll use, like, Eric from time to time will message me, hey man, just want to thank you for, you know, what you've been doing. Think of you, you're amazing. And I know what he's doing. Like, I know he just isn't chilling on his couch with Peter and like, oh, I should message Jack. Like, I know what he's doing. Yet, even though I know what he's doing, it still means so much, and it's still so powerful. So what Audrey's talking about, where you're just simply breathing belief, pouring love into people, it's so powerful that even when someone knows you're doing it, it's still going to work. It still lifts them up. It still changes them. So it's the #1 thing I think you could ever do, is just pour that love and belief, because that's how powerful it is. Even when I know Eric's doing it, or when Jen Patch was doing it to me, even though I know what they're doing, it still changes my day. That's how powerful it is.
Love it. Pouring belief, absolutely. So listen, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up there. Of course, we could continue this all night long, but I want to thank you so much for kind of jumping on and being part of the online university. So thank you so much for all that you do. We appreciate it. So Eric, mate, I'll hand it back to you, man.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Foxy, and thank you, Audrey, and thank you so much, Rockstar Par. We just are so grateful for your leadership. I love texting you all the time, Jackson. Like, you got like a little soft spot in my heart.
He used to text me more before Peter.
That's probably true. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, that's all right. Hey, if I was you, I'd do the same thing.
So anyway, I just want to just thank all of the Start Ambassadors, everybody who made this online university possible. This has been such an incredible night of training, and I think that, I know the chat's been going off all night. We've got just I think we have over 1,400 unique viewers watching this, unique computers, and every unique computer probably has 3, 4, 5 people hosting a watch party in the living room. So we're definitely reaching thousands and thousands of people tonight. It's been so fun to watch the social media go off on Facebook, on Instagram. I've been following it. It's been going crazy. I want to thank Jillian for just rocking out the products. So many great takeaways. Ash Good pouring so much belief into us and really talking about how important belief is in building a successful isogenics business. Crystal and Bruce rocking out social media. Lauren Sims connecting offline, face-to-face. Lindsay, Jackson, Audrey. Thank you so much for just sharing so much of your time tonight. And I want to thank all the Start Ambassadors, because we have kind of calls every 6 to 8 weeks or so, and a lot of the Start Ambassadors, we collaborated and talked about which topics would really resonate with kind of the newest person in isogenics. And so we want everybody to be able to leverage this online university. And yes, it is recorded, so it'll be available as a YouTube link. We'll work on probably getting an updated copy on isogenicsbusiness.com so that you can leverage this online university with your team members. But really the power in watching this is live. So thank you so much for your energy tonight and on the chat. I want to give a special shout out to, I talked about at the beginning, but Jessica Padilla, Kirsten Young, Mandy Loader. None of this happens without them. They are the backbone of everything Start. Jessica and Mandy and Kirsten just do so many things behind the scenes that keep this movement running. And I'm so grateful for their leadership. The slides that you've seen tonight, all the preparation, it was all seamless because of Jessica, Kirsten, and Mandy. I want to thank Foxy, of course. Steve Foxwell, you are just like my brother from another mother. You helped me so much, and just what you do for the Isogenics family is just so appreciated, and we're so lucky to have you. I want to thank Madison McDonald over in the Aussie office. I know she's helping so many Aussies and Kiwis with their Isagenix businesses, holding them accountable. And I'm just so honored to be part of such a great team. And it's just such a great movement of people that are really creating real change in the world. And this training was exceptional tonight, but it's really meaningless unless we go out and we take action on all the stuff that we learned tonight. That's where we're going to ignite so many young people to own their lives physically and financially, and just create so much freedom and contribution on the planet. By the way, I think we've raised close to over $1,000 on the for Souls for Souls. We're going to be, let's see, actually, final donation for Souls will be $5,000. Yeah. So thank you so much for everybody that participated in the social media hashtagging Start Your Life. Continue to post. I know that people have been wrapped up in the training, but we'll keep counting the photos. But no matter what, we're going to donate at least $5,000. But if you guys can get it up to 10,000, we'll donate 10,000. We're going to probably cut it off within the next hour. But again, lots of shoes are being donated across the world for Souls for Souls. And if you want to get involved with them, again, SOLES, the number 4, and then Souls, SOULS.org is the website. You can learn more about them. So that will do it for the second ever Start Online University. Love you guys. Thank you to all the ambassadors. Thank you to everyone. We love you. Have a great weekend.